yesterday evening, late in the afternoon. Gary Woodland birdied the last hole to get the 3 over par. We'll see Gary out there shortly as the second round is underway. And welcome everybody. Dave Fleming, Jeff Ogilvy. Great to have you with us. We've got a good crew here for our morning coverage on ESPN Plus. I don't know about you, Jeff. I guess maybe we should get it out of the way first. Friday morning this year, a little quieter than Friday morning last year. So I think that's a positive. Secondly, I felt pretty strongly that this golf course, the way it was set up, the length, the wetness after the practice round rain, we were going to see the top players in the world at the top of the leaderboard, and that is not what we got after yesterday.
No, you're right. I mean, we do so much talk before these majors, and we usually always talk about the best players, but here it was more than ever. You know, it was only long hitters can play. It's going to be the top 10 guys in the world, and yesterday we got sort of anything but.
Yeah, anything but. And that still doesn't mean that those players are not in contention here at Quail Hollow. To me, if you want to sum up the struggles, the ups and downs of some of those best players in the world, we had the top 3 ranked players in the world all playing together yesterday, and it was not easy for McIlroy, Schauffele, and Scheffler.
No, I mean, look, Rory was all over the place off the tee. Scottie looked a little rough. Managed to find his way back into the round and scored like the #1 player in the world normally does. And Xander struggled too, so it was an interesting day. I mean, it was a super group. We all wanted to watch what these guys did, and it was a mixed bag of results, really.
Certainly those 2 swings generated a lot of talk. We'll talk about the possibility of mud balls again today. That affected a lot of the players because of all the rain we had here in Charlotte. All 3 made double bogeys at that 16th hole yesterday. And it wasn't just those shots around the water. Rory McIlroy, I'm sure he was very unhappy. That was middle of the fairway after a great drive.
Yeah, look, he didn't look comfortable at all yesterday with his golf swing. I mean, we all admire Rory and how well he hits the ball, but yesterday was a struggle for sure.
Scottie Scheffler did manage to finish his round in style. Very difficult 9th hole. And one of the best shots of the day at number 9 led to a birdie. And so through all of it for Scottie Scheffler, world #1, he finishes at 2 under par.
You know, it's always a hallmark of the best player in the world that even when they struggle, they manage to put a score together, and it's very Scott Scheffler to not look his best and still have a good score.
Yeah, I don't think you would say the same about Rory McIlroy. You said it, Jeff, just a moment ago. His game was all over the place yesterday.
Yeah, he looked rough with his driver. He wasn't driving it very straight last week. At Truist, he came off saying, if I can just drive the ball better this week. Said he did a lot of work this week, early in the week, but obviously didn't find something yesterday that he needed. Sometimes with Rory, I think Scottie Scheffler proved yesterday that you just find your way around and find a fairway finder. Rory doesn't really ever seem to have a fairway finder. It seems to be full speed every time. But he managed to finally find that fairway on the 7th, which looked like the little low fade that he should have been going for all day, really, it looked like. But he's always at full speed, and when you're always at full speed, sometimes it goes wrong.
Yeah, no kidding. And it wasn't just those 3 who were together and up and down in the first round. McIlroy, a 2-time PGA champion. You get the preferred parking spot if you're a former winner here. It was everybody all up and down the top of the world golf rankings. Scheffler, the only one of those players that finished under par.
Yeah, it's a very interesting day. I mean, Bryson, as you said before, he played pretty well, didn't get the best out of his round. Xander was interesting. He has been a little bit off this year, but he's been coming back, so you're expecting him to play well as well. Justin Thomas was a surprise. I mean, we talked a lot about him in the pre-tournament as one of maybe the not top 3 guys who was a big chance to win here because he won here in 2017, and Jordan, the career Grand Slam. I mean, it's a heavy weight to bring into a tournament, as we saw at the Masters.
I don't think we can avoid talking about it because the players were talking so much yesterday about how the course is beautifully conditioned. This is not a commentary on how they set up the golf course. The staff here worked so hard to get this course in the shape that it is with all the rain that we've had. But there were many instances yesterday of mud on a golf ball. You played at a very high level. You know what that does to a player.
Look, it's very frustrating. I mean, we all want to play the ball down. It's what golf's all about, play the ball as it lies. But sometimes it feels like when it's rained a lot and you're getting mud on the ball, it feels like a bit of a skill remover. It's sort of in the lap of the gods. It's like, where's this ball going to go? And when you've got water around the course and so many punishing results at a place like Quail Hollow, it gets very frustrating.
I think it was definitely the feelings of Scheffler, of Schauffele, some of the others who weighed in on what was happening yesterday. And for more on that part of the story here at Quail Hollow, Ken Brown is with us here this morning. Ken's positioned over near the driving range. And Ken, you have some thoughts on the mud and how it can affect these players and what we might expect today.
Well, it's certainly drying out a little bit, so I don't think it's quite so bad. And the essence of the game of golf originally was to play from point A to point B. Whatever got in the way you got on with it, we've come a long way away from that at the moment, because these days everything has to be perfect. And the further we get away from that A to B, the less interesting the game becomes.
Now yesterday there were a few players with some mud on the ball, and some were just like this. The trouble with that as a play, I'm not quite sure how it's going to react, but sometimes there's a little bit of mud underneath the ball, which makes a huge difference. So mud ball it's so unpredictable, even if you think you can read it. Now I've stuck a bit of chewing gum on this one. Have a look at this one here on the side. Now the theory is it doesn't always necessarily work. If the mud's on the right, the ball goes to the left. If the mud's on the left, the ball goes to the right. That's not always the case, because as you strike the ball, sort of 90% of the mud generally comes off. So you're never sure. But I fully understand the players I fully understand the players. When you hit the perfect tee shot down a hole like 16, the ball squirts off two players in a row, Schauffele and Scheffler, and that happens to you. That is so mind-bogglingly difficult. You hit a perfect tee shot and your ball finishes in the water. The unpredictability of the mud, and I think there'll be a bit less today because it's dried out a little bit. And to be honest, it wasn't every ball that picked up a bit of mud yesterday. I walked out around 12 holes. I saw a few with a bit of a smudge on it. It's frustrating. It's part of the game. I understand both sides, but I'm with Jeff that really the best way to play it is play it down and play it as it lies.
It's never a bad strategy for us to give Ken a prop and let him just start talking. It's fun to listen to Ken talk about the unpredictability of those mud balls. And look, I mean, it is the same for everybody. It's sort of the rub of the green, or whatever phrase you want to use. That doesn't mean it's not frustrating for those top players when it happens to them.
Yeah, it is incredibly frustrating. As Ken illustrated, it's totally unpredictable. And when you've got water around a course like this with such big punishments and double bogeys and triple bogeys, it's very frustrating when you hit a perfect tee shot and you end up with a big chunk of mud and you kind of got to guess where's this ball going to go, and it's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be a part of the story, you would imagine. We have so much rain here that you have to figure we'll see a little bit more of that here in the second round. Here we are, 10 minutes into our coverage. Let's talk about the leader of this PGA Championship, man, Jhonattan Vegas, who's got a great name. He's got a great smile. He's been around a long time. He was spectacular, shot a 7 under 64.
Incredible, one of the late guys out, finishing nearly in the dark at the end of the day. Johnny Vegas, he's a great player. Been a good player for a really long time. Hasn't really been having the best year, I don't think, but he's a very talented player. Hits the ball a long way and had a highlight reel yesterday of making a lot of putts, making a lot of birdies. 2 different separate occasions. He made 3 birdies in a row. Very impressive day.
He birdied some holes that not a lot of players were birdieing, including 18, that chip in on 4, which did see some birdies and a hole in 1. Johnny Vegas, after his round, talked about what a perfect shot that was for him. And you're right, late in the day as he played the front 9. He shot 30 on the front 9, the best 9-hole score for anybody in the field on either 9. Poured in that birdie at 5. At 8, this is the one where he said afterwards he thought it was a special day for him. Greens were a little bumpier in the afternoon. And then you said it, Jeff, at 7:57 p.m. If you hung in with us all day yesterday, you got rewarded, because we had the leader of the golf tournament finishing at nearly 8 o'clock. Part of the reason why he feels so unexpected at the top of the leaderboard is he has won on tour. He just hasn't had a lot of success in major championships. The first Venezuelan native to hold a lead or co-lead in a major championship. Johnny Vegas, who afterwards was very charming with Jeff Darlington, who is standing by now to talk more about the guy who's leading this PGA Championship.
Well, Jeff mentioned it too, by the way. The sun was basically beneath the horizon when Johnny Vegas came off the course. The place had cleared out, so very few people really were even seeing it live as he went on this heater. But you could feel, it's important to remember as you talk to him, that he has been around playing in 16 majors. No, he has not necessarily placed very well inside the top 20, never. But ultimately, you could feel when you talk to him that he does have perspective on this moment.
It was one of those things that is a run that builds right as you go. Holding on 18 for birdie was massive coming out of making the turn. So you leave 18 with with a lot of confidence. I just knew that if I could get through some of the first few holes on that front nine, I was going to have some good chances. But obviously, I wasn't really expecting to birdie, probably my last 6. But it was one of those things that you take it every time they come.
Magnificent round for Johnny Vegas. Sparkling 64.
It's Thursday, you can't really get too caught up on who's leading and who's not because we know we have a lot of golf left. And the goal is just to, pace yourself for 4 rounds. And even though it's absolutely amazing to start this way, I'm just focused on putting another round tomorrow.
I spoke with Vegas a bit off camera as well, and I got to tell you, he did not feel nervy at all. He felt relaxed, ready to go sleep on the lead and come back out here. Again, I think it speaks to the fact that while he hasn't necessarily had a ton of success, relatively speaking, he's won 4 times on the tour, he has been around enough to understand what a Thursday lead means and how much golf he still has left to play.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff and Johnny Vegas had quite a charming conversation after his round yesterday. On the tee at number 1, right near the top of the leaderboard, Cam Davis, the Australian native. Jeff Ogilvy knows his game very well. Gosh, he played well in the first round. He finds the bunker at 1 off the tee to start his second round.
Yeah, Cam, he's a beautiful swinger of the golf club. Hits the ball a really long way. You would think this course sets up well for him. It's going to be hard. His putting numbers were incredible in that first round. It's going to be hard to keep it up.
So we'll see a lot of shots from Cam Davis this morning, that's for sure. We'll also see Justin Thomas, DJ, Colin Morikawa. They tee off in less than a half hour, 7:49 or so, right about 30 minutes from now. Jordan Spieth, who needs to play much better today. He'll be with Patrick Reed and Ludwig Oberg, who was kind of all over the place, but finished 1 under par at 8:11 Eastern. Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, and Tom Kim. Tom Kim was playing very well, then doubled the final hole yesterday. He'll try to get off to a good start here this morning. Bryson DeChambeau, I don't know if you agree with me, but he played much better than even par would indicate. Victor Hovland, 2 under par, and Gary Woodland will also see them here this morning. So many of the top players in the world out on the range getting ready for the start of the second round, and we'll show those players and many more when we continue here from Charlotte, the second round of the PGA Championship. on the tee at number 10 as we are in the very early moments of the second round of this PGA Championship. Club professional Michael Block. Definitely the most famous of the 20 club pros who are in this PGA Championship. He had his moments yesterday, 4 over par as he starts his second round. And Jake Knapp just long of the green here at number 10. Be interesting to watch the greens here today. Yesterday it was amazing. One of the themes I think of yesterday, Jeff, was the wetness of the golf course the few days leading up, but the firmness of the greens. From the fairway bunker at number 1, second shot for Cam Davis.
Yeah, you can hear the difference there. The difference between the fairways being so wet and like we were talking about picking up mud, and the greens being still so firm is it's an amazing contrast.
It'll be a few minutes before we see any players out on these holes that they call the Green Mile here at Quail Hollow. 16, 17, 18, one of the hardest finishing stretches of any golf course really in the world, and they played up to their reputation yesterday. Hardest hole was 16. Man, was it hard. 17 ended up as the second hardest hole. 18, which often is the toughest hole by scoring average here at Quail Hollow, was the 4th toughest. No player made multiple birdies on those 3 holes yesterday. To me, it even makes more important the scoring opportunities you get on 14 and 15.
Absolutely. 14, 15 are your 2 real last chances for birdies, maybe even eagles on both of those holes. And you just got to hang on those last 3 holes. They lived up to their billing as the toughest 3 in golf.
How about 6 different holes eagled? Tom Kim, always full of personality, up and down the stairs. He's getting ready to start his second round. And then Ludwig Hoberg. Everybody seems happy. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think if you're one of those top players in the world and you look at this leaderboard, it's no disrespect to the players who are on there. I think everybody feels like this tournament is still wide open.
Absolutely, yeah. None of the big names ran away with a good score. I think everybody who's within distance of even par has still got a chance in this tournament.
Eric Cole, who yesterday had a hole-in-one at the 4th, starting his second round at number 1, 3rd shot. And even early in the morning, there'd be a little rollout on those greens. This is the shot of the day. We had a lot of candidates yesterday for shot of the day, but Eric Cole, only the 2nd hole-in-one in tournament play here at Quail Hollow at the par 3 4th.
Always a lot of fun to have a hole-in-one. I never had one in a major, but it's got to be feeling pretty special to do it. Good celebration too.
It was a good day for the guys who wear that MLB logo on their shirt. Eric Cole and Johnny Vegas, who is the leader at 7 under par. We'll see later this morning. So Eric Cole was a PGA Tour Rookie of the Year a few years ago. It's his 3rd PGA Championship appearance. Finished in the top 15 in 2023. He's playing alongside one of the leaders, Cam Davis, who has a birdie putt to start his second round.
Yeah, he didn't look too happy with that second shot out of the fairway bunker, but he's left himself a pretty good spot here on 1. Very difficult green to hit in regulation, the first hole here. So nice to have a birdie putt.
And you know Cam Davis very well. A lot of us who've watched him play, he looks the part. And you watch him swing, you think, man, this guy's got a chance to be one of the best in the world. What has kept him from, I mean, he's had some great results and finishes. That's not to diminish what he's accomplished, but what's kept him from taking that next step?
Yeah, it's a bit of an enigma, Cam. I mean, he swings the club so well, hits the ball really well, looks great over the putter, as you can see. Maybe just a little bit of confidence sometimes here and there. He's won twice on tour, one last summer in Detroit. But sometimes we all ask the same question, why isn't Cam doing better than he is?
His first putt of the day was a pretty good putt. He told us after his round he put a new putter in the bag for this week, and he even said sort of wryly, I don't know why he didn't do that sooner. He putted probably the best he's ever putted yesterday in the first round.
Yeah, new putter's usually a recipe for a good round.
Jake Knapp on the par 5 10th for birdie. And he pours it in. That's another one of the scoring holes here at Quail Hollow.
Yeah, you have to take advantage of these par 5s and the 2 short par 4s because there's so many difficult holes elsewhere that they actually almost add a bit of pressure when you get on these holes because you just feel like you have to make birdie.
Look who's here. He's got the same smile on his face this morning as he had walking out of here yesterday evening. Why not? Tell you what, even hardcore golf fans might have been their first chance to really listen to Johnny Vegas talk, and he's an easy guy to root for.
Oh, he's a lovely man, Johnny. He's been on our International President's Cup team. Great guy in the locker room. Everybody likes him. And, yeah, seemingly always smiling and always happy.
If your last name is Vegas, we do have to talk about the odds. He was 250 to 1 to be the first round leader at the start of yesterday. His holes 1 through 9 were just spectacular. He made 9 birdies or better, the most in the field, including that chip in on 18, lowest round by far of his major career. First time he's been within the top 5 at the end of any round in his major career. The leader by 2. Now at 1, the par putt for Eric Cole. It's not the easiest par putt to start your day. So he'll drop a shot and make a bogey to start, which is not uncommon. The first hole is one of the toughest holes out here.
Yeah, it hits you right from the beginning, Quail Hollow. 500 yards of golf hole. It's a very tough green to hit and a slopey green.
Let's look at the 11th hole for the first time. 325 yards to carry the bunkers on the left. And that left bunker is not a bad play. The ball goes down in the middle portion of the bunkers, so you don't get it near the lip. You still can knock it on the green from there.
I don't even need to introduce Andy North, who's covering holes here this morning with us. Matt Berry is as well. We got Ken, we've got Susie Whaley out on the golf course. We'll hear much more from Jeff Darlington. Tom Karpus is our rules expert here on ESPN Plus for our morning second round coverage. As we've got golfers out on the course. This is Eric Van Rooyen. He had a nice start to the PGA, 1 under par, but not where you want to be for your third shot at the par 5 10th. So Eric Van Rooyen must have been badly out of position. He'll have to scramble and make a par to start his second round. Let's go out to number 2.
There's Keith Mitchell at the second hole. This is his third from just over the green. Really great opportunity. We saw a lot of balls held from off the greens yesterday. See how quick it is. And it's going to keep trundling down this hill away from the hole. Uh-oh, is right. This one is going right off the green.
Oh, yeah.
That is a problem I have with some of the runoff areas. The second has the most dramatic runoff area to the right of the green. See how he handles that.
Now back at 1, Cam Davis, and even though he found the fairway bunker, a relatively stress-free par to get his second round started. It's a good start for Cam.
Yeah, you sleep on that good lead, and you've been thinking about being 5 under all night, so nice to get off to a solid start.
Keith Mitchell with his fourth. So full work left to salvage a bogey at the second. Here's a look at the tee shot, the second hole from Cam Davis. Sharp dogleg right to left, about 310 yards to drive it through the fairway, straight through the fairway. You've got to hit it 288 yards just to get a clear shot around that big tree that guards the left corner. He's going with 3 wood. We saw some of the bigger hitters take it right over those trees yesterday. I really like this play on this hole. Take it down the right, play a little draw. That's perfect.
Oh, please.
Kind of amazing, wasn't it, Andy, yesterday to see some of the lines that DeChambeau and McIlroy and Schauffele were taken off this tee.
They took it literally 40 yards left into over the top of the trees. Now Eric Cole. Eric plays a lot of golf. Probably plays as much on tour as anybody. Said, heck, if I'm going to take a week off, I'm going to play golf at home. Why not play on the tour? Another good-looking shot down the middle, turning right to left. Very nicely done. Now over back up at the green, see if Keith can knock this putt in for bogey. He's super disappointed. He thought he hit a pretty decent second shot in there, just trickled over the green and ends up having to grind for a bogey. Not the start he was looking for, a couple of fives. The first 3 holes don't get talked about how difficult they are. They're only 2/10 of a shot more difficult than the last 3 holes, and we talk an awful lot about 16, 17, 18.
Michael Block at 10 from the rough for his third from 113 yards. To the middle of the green, so he will have a birdie putt at the par 5 10th. Cam Smith headed for the range to go through his warm-up routine. 7 over par.
Yeah, Cam's lost a lot of form the last year and a half, it seems. It's a bit of a shame. He was clearly one of the best players in the world a couple of years ago, but he's been struggling a little bit.
Because you're with us here this morning, Jeff, we're showing all the Aussies.
All the Aussies, I like it.
Adam Scott played really well. They sort of finished with a couple bogeys in the last 3 holes. Otherwise played some of the best golf of anybody in the field yesterday. Major wins by Australians. Huh, look at that list. You still smile when you see that, don't you?
I do. That's a good memory.
I caught you. One of 2 Australian U.S. Open winners. Cam Smith, the last Australian to win a major. That incredible and memorable Open at St. Andrews in 2022. All time. Adam Scott, you know, he played so well yesterday. You could close your eyes and picture him winning this championship.
No, absolutely.
Eric Van Rooyen at the 10th.
Have to really miss that pin. You cannot miss that green to the right today, so you'll see a lot of balls left of that pin.
We're up at the 11th. Amp playing out of the fairway bunker. You see, lip really isn't any trouble. Hole cut in the right portion of the green. Something in the middle of the green to be perfect. He's taking it on, going right at it. What a fabulous play.
You gotta love that golf swing, don't you, Andy?
Boy, he's got so much speed too. Just looks like he can pound it. Yeah, we're off and running. We've got first group through the first couple of holes. JT on the range getting warmed up. He's got to find a little bit more of how he's been playing of late. But boy, we're in for a terrific Friday at the PGA Championship with Johnny Vegas, our leader.
There's the new PGA champion.
Now listen, the applause won't stop. Oh, he's running after him. He ran after him. Have that one the PGA Championship lure. Oh, he's done it.
I thought, are we sure? Beautiful Friday morning at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte. Second round of this 107th PGA Championship. And forecast is for another really beautiful day. It might get steamy. 85 degrees by noon. 72 here in the early morning hours. So it's already comfortable. It could get pretty hot by the afternoon. The wind forecast is fairly gentle. There's a chance for some breeze to pick up as the afternoon goes on. Back out to 2 and Cam Davis.
Perfect position. Like to keep this ball just a little bit short left of the hole location. Hang on. Another really quality shot. There's a little ridge about 4 or 5 paces short of that hole location, which makes it more difficult. Now over to 10.
Michael Block for birdie. Ooh. Block just misses rolling that one in. Back to 11.
Now Jake Knapp for his birdie after that excellent shot at 11. Just pours it right in. Interestingly, number 2 and number 11 are both playing 464 yards today, and what a start by Jake Knapp.
He's to even.
Now Eric Cole second. Another great shot up in that back level. If you get on the back level, you can make birdie. Hang on. It's got to stay there. There's quite a bit of slope. That's unlucky, and that ball is going to go 25 yards off the green.
Wow.
I hate that. You hit a good shot, you shouldn't have to be hitting a 40-yard shot for your next one.
Whew. That whole location at 2, that might be some trouble.
Might be the most difficult hole of the day.
Yes. All right, our next group of players getting ready to go from the 10th. Let's go down there now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 7:38 starting time. Please welcome on the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
And Jeff Ogilvy, I think you like his chances the way he played yesterday.
Yeah, don't sleep on Tyrrell Hatton. He's a really high quality player. Has been jumping off the live tour a little bit and playing in Europe and winning tournaments. And very high quality player, and Ryder Cupper. He could be around till the end of this tournament for sure.
Starting at the par 5 10th. Trying to lean and keep that one in the fairway, but it will make its way into the rough.
Tough tee
on
shot
the
10
tee from
unless
Texas,
you draw the ball.
Will Zalatoris.
Well, next up to play, Will Zalatoris, who hit the ball well yesterday, did not make a lot of putts and didn't get much out of his first round. It's just good to see Will healthy, back out on the golf course. He's got an unbelievable record of success in the biggest, toughest events in his young career. And a good start for Zalatoris, finds the fairway.
Next, on the tee from Australia, Scott.
Well, Adam Scott had to be disappointed with the finish, but otherwise just played beautifully yesterday.
Yeah, good to see Scottie up there on a major leaderboard again. Still working as hard as ever, keeps himself in great shape. Mid-40s now. He still thinks he's got a chance to win another one of these big majors.
96th career start in a major.
It's consecutive too, right? It's a record. Yeah, it's incredible.
Of the 96, it's his 95th straight. 95 majors in a row.
It's incredible.
That's posting.
Well, I'm sitting here. He started playing majors before I started playing majors, and he's still playing them now.
It's good perspective on your fellow Australian. So those three, Hatton, Zalatoris, and Scott, make their way on the 10th. This is the second. We saw what happened to Eric Cole, Andy.
Yeah, now he's got a lot of work to get this ball close. Oh, that was a terrific shot, so he's still got a chance to save par. That thing actually may have hit off the corner of the sprinkler. Let's check this out. No, just missed it. That'd have been a shock if it had hit that sprinkler. Who knows where it might have gone, but what a terrific play. It's Cam Davis looking at this birdie opportunity. Such a small area to get it up here in this flat area in the back portion of the green. If anything, you have to be left coming into this green. See if Cam can knock this one. What a putting day he had yesterday. He gained over 6 shots putting, which I've never heard of a number that high. 160 something feet of putts. Can he do it 2 days in a row? This is very, very makeable, fairly flat up in this back corner. Really nice setup. Just rocks the shoulders. Broke off a little bit more than he thought, but these greens are going to have a bunch of speed in them today. Got to be so careful. Now, Joaquin Niemann over 10.
His third. Jeff, I don't know about you. I think everybody's waiting for Joaquin Niemann to play a little better in the majors. Wow, what a neat shot that was. Almost hold it from the fairway. And should be a birdie to start his second round to 12. And we say hi to Matt Berry.
Gentlemen, good morning. Looking forward to another day here at the PGA Championship. Knapp 2 under on his round early.
We're left.
This is that driver left, and it is worth pointing out this fairway, the second hardest fairway yesterday to hit. One of the narrow ones out here as we go back to Cam Davis.
Just cleaning up. Good solid start.
Figures after what happened at 16 yesterday. The first time we hear from Matt Berry this morning, there's a drive in the trees. If you liked carnage, Matt was your guy yesterday.
I'm here.
The black cloud.
There's Max Homa, who's playing the 10th to start his round.
Well, I said you couldn't miss it right of 10, but obviously you can.
If you can do that, you can. We've already seen some near chip ins. To me, that was a theme yesterday. We saw so many shots hold from off the green, whether it was from the fairway or green side. Well done by Homa. He makes his birdie 4.
Let's go up to the 11th hole. It's Michael Block playing out of the fairway. Just in the middle portion of the green, he'll be putting up the hill.
Even just listen to the sound as that ball hit the green.
Eric Cole with the second to see if he can get this par putt in after really a disappointing result. What he thought was a pretty good second shot. Ended up 30 yards off the green, but he gets it up and in.
Now the birdie putt for Joaquin Niemann. He gets to 2 over with a birdie to start his round.
Yeah, as you said, we're just waiting for Joaquin. I mean, the word is out on Live Tour that he's one of the best golfers in the world, and we all know that when we watch him play, but it's sort of time he gets it done in one of these big tournaments.
On the tee at 3 now, measuring 471 yards today. Cam Davis, another fairway after a beautiful drive at 2. Once you get it in the fairway at 3, you have more of a scoring opportunity. It's an interesting hole, Jeff. There are some trouble spots off the tee.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of the more difficult tee shots, dead straight hole, and you know there's some overhanging trees right and left, so you really kind of want to find the middle of the fairway too, because it's quite a slopey green and you want a clear shot at it.
So now Cole next to go. Yeah, dead straight hole, as you said, so put the target line right in the middle of the fairway.
Lots of dog legs here, but this one is dead straight, yeah. Job done. They might have a little overhanging tree there on the left-hand side of the fairway, but he's in good shape.
So Eric Cole and Cam Davis playing the third. Now back at 10 from the fairway. Will Zalatoris, his second shot.
Oh, God darn it.
All the golfers are aware that right of the 10th green today with that pin position is a very tough spot. We saw Max get it up and down, but I think Will's going to have a bit more trouble from over there.
Yeah, that one kept rolling on the cart path. There's Cam Davis's ball in the fairway at 3.
Maybe okay. We can't see the other side of the ball, but looks clean enough.
Yeah, there's a little dirt on the left side. I wouldn't call that mud. It's look, it's impossible to overstate. It rained so much in the days leading up to, and just some torrential downpours. It feels like a miracle that the course is in the shape that it is. Now back to 12.
And Knapp, his second shot missed the fairway, 142 yards. And Jeff, all day yesterday, if you missed the fairway in this one, you've got to get creative with that second shot. Knapp, we'll see if this one holds, and that's probably going to come back off the green.
Yeah, Matt, it's always been a tough hole 12. Really difficult fairway to hit. Always has been. You always end up going into those left trees and having to come up with something.
Van Rooyen at the 11th. Yeah, these greens are nice and firm. If you're coming out of the rough, good luck on getting it anywhere near the hole.
It's a pretty good advertisement for sub-air at your golf course with how much rain there is, but the greens are still rock hard.
It might be expensive, but it works. These greens, it was amazing. Even as it was pouring rain, they were firm during the practice rounds. A buzz of activity on the practice range. Friday morning here at Quail Hollow, a place that's very special in the career of Justin Thomas, who had, man, he had a kind of a wild first round yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking about JT all early in the week, playing really well, back in sort of career best form, hopeful. So he needs to play a lot better today if he wants to be there at the end.
He's capable, that's for sure. So a two-time PGA champion getting ready to start his second round.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 7:49 starting time. On the tee, please welcome our 2017 and 2022 PGA champion from Florida, Justin Thomas.
JT made 5 birdies yesterday, made 5 bogeys, made a double, took his shoe and sock off on the 18th hole, hit an incredible recovery shot from halfway in the creek. It was not boring. And his first swing of the day. Right down the middle of the fairway.
Florida, Dustin Johnson.
Good start.
Meanwhile, DJ, gosh, John McGinnis was out with these guys in the afternoon, and John was trying to find different ways to describe how much Dustin Johnson struggled with the putter. He hit the ball fine and just had a miserable day putting. Hit it a little right, and looks like it's going to bounce into the rough.
On
it
the
will.
tee, our 2020 PGA champion from California, Colin Morikawa.
Feels like an important early round for Colin Morikawa after the way he finished yesterday. Just kind of a weird decision. The way he tried to recover at 18 cost him. Spoiled what was really an excellent day for Morikawa.
He's such a good player in these major tournaments, so he knows it's a 72-hole tournament. I'm sure he's feeling good about his game. Anything under par when they, like you said earlier, with these big name players, they looked at the leaderboard and there's no one up there in front of them that's too scary to chase. So Colin will be feeling good about his position.
Indeed. Well said. So Thomas, DJ, Morikawa starting on the 10th hole, the par 5. Tyrrell Hatton, we saw him miss the fairway off the tee. This is his 3rd from 120 yards.
One of the best parts of his game, Tyrrell.
Is that a good place to putt from on number 10?
That's a perfect place to hit your 3rd shot there. You'll see a lot of players hit their 3rd shots there.
Michael Block over at the par 4 11th for a long birdie, of which he just drills. Nice start. He had a good finish yesterday. So he's on a nice little roll. He knows he's got to go low today to make the cut. Probably cut will be maybe 2 over par. Back to 10.
He does have a flair for the dramatic, Michael Block. Adam Scott now his 3rd. Spins that back just above the hole for birdie.
That's a great way to start your day. Yeah, that's going to be quite a slippery left to right putt, though. You'd almost prefer to be a little bit further away, but left to the hole.
Well, we had a close-up look at the golf ball of Cam Davis, 321 off the tee. So now just 150 yards to that front hole location at 3. And he's immediately looking down at that golf ball, as that one shot right off the club face.
There might have been a little bit of mud that we didn't see on the other side of the ball. Whenever you hear the golfer puzzled, it's usually not him.
That was an immediate reaction. Well, now Will Zalatoris from the middle of the fairway and put himself into a real tough spot. And I think that's about all he could do from there.
Yeah, just find a way to get it on the green from there. That's very steeply sloped from right to left. 10. The players know that. He was not happy when he missed that green to the right.
Had to be frustrating for him. He didn't make a single birdie yesterday. Back to 12.
And Knapp. So his 2nd shot rolled just off the green. This to safe par. Stayed even for the tournament. That's a good up and down for Knapp. Still 2 under through 3. 12th hole that was giving the players a little bit of trouble yesterday. He's able to make his 4. So how low can Jordan Spieth go after struggles in the 1st round? That career Grand Slam appears to be a way off, but Jordan Spieth teeing off in 6 minutes. We'll show it to you live here on ESPN+.
Will Zalatoris looking for his first birdie of this PGA Championship, his first hole of Friday morning. Long putt across the 10th green. And a good putt, but that's going to be a disappointing par for Will after a great drive. Now to 11.
Max Homa from the dead center of the fairway to this back right hole location. It's nice to see him playing a little bit better. Had a nice finish at the Masters. He struggled for about a year, and it's hard to believe as well as he's played for the last 5 or 6 years. But on the right track again.
Looking much more like his normal self. Now Hatton's birdie putt.
Yeah, great place to putt from here. Uphill, maybe slightly right to left. And he also putts very, very well, Phil Hatton.
I think it was Andy who said yesterday, if you're below the hole on these greens as pure as they're rolling and you have an uphill putt, if you get it on the right line, it's going in. You should make a lot of those. Now to 13, the par 3. Jake Knapp, 214 yards today. We saw a little bit of everything on this hole. There were birdies, there were doubles.
Tough hole. That's a bad miss on 13, but a little bit easier today with the pin over on the right hand side. But yeah, very slopey green there on 13. You got to be careful where you leave the ball.
Now Adam Scott playing with Zalatoris and Hatton. Yeah, beautiful.
Great start for Scottie. He's turned himself into a really solid putter, actually. Probably never going to be an elite one, but he putts very well now.
Now Cam Davis from the middle of the fairway. You saw how shocked he was as soon as he hit his second shot. Much longer birdie putt than he was hoping for.
Big break here, down a little level there. It just went down that step. Be very happy with 2 putts from there. They're starting to look very quick, these greens downhill.
Yeah, that was perfect speed. It rolled out several feet. Now from the fairway at 10, Justin Thomas. Susie Whaley's with this group this morning.
Yeah.
JT. Short.
Wide. All short.
Well, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that today, aren't we? A close inspection when you get to your ball in the fairway. Not that, I mean, even if you, there's not maybe a whole lot you could do even if you spot something on there.
No, there really isn't anything you can do. You have to make a guess, and I always felt like my guess was wrong.
Homa with his birdie attempt at 11. Just running it by the edge of the hole.
All right, now back on the tee at 10 with Thomas, Johnson, and Morikawa often going. This will be Spieth, Patrick Reed, and Ludwig Åberg getting ready to go. And Jordan Spieth hoping for a much better day today here on Friday in round 2. A win would be an historic one for Jordan Spieth. We'll see if he can get himself back in contention today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 8 o'clock starting time. Please welcome on the tee from Texas, Jordan Spieth.
I'm sure he was disappointed yesterday. He's talked about the possible history with a win at the PGA and the career Grand Slam for Spieth.
Yeah, nobody works harder than Jordan Spieth. He's constantly working on his game, trying new things. It's been a struggle.
Made 7 bogeys yesterday in his first round.
Unlike him, as good as he is at saving par when he misses greens. So obviously struggling a little bit.
Stayed out of those bunkers
Next,
in the fairway.
On the tee from Texas, Patrick Reed.
So next to play, Patrick Reed. Patrick played pretty well yesterday, 1 over par after his first round.
He's been playing well this year, Patrick. Good course for him. Likes to draw the ball, and he's got a great short game.
A lot of holes that set up well for that natural draw. Just like that one.
Next on the tee from Sweden, Ludvig Åberg.
What'd you think about Åberg yesterday?
He looked as solid as usual. You know, he's such a beautiful looking golfer. I mean, I think he's the envy of all of us. He walks up, he hits a ball quickly, simple golf swing, simple putting stroke. I think we all are just waiting for when he starts winning these majors.
That first one headed right. And maybe even some tree trouble for Åberg. We'll see. Åberg, Reed, and Spieth starting from number 10. Their second rounds have begun. Well, Jordan, he's had a lot of chances now. Not as talked about as McIlroy and all the chances that piled up at Augusta, but Jordan only really 2019, would you say, put himself in a real position to win the PGA Championship, win that Grand Slam?
Yeah, it's obviously been a struggle. I mean, winning any major is difficult, but turning up feeling like you have to win one to win your career Grand Slam, it's got to be a lot of pressure.
Out to 2.
JJ spawned from the fairway, and that was an important thing to be in the fairway. 86% of the field hit the green yesterday from the fairway. What a nice start.
So you can stop it up there at number 2. Cam Davis, misses that one, and that second shot from the middle of the fairway, tough 2-putt. You said it, Jeff, and that is a 3-putt for Davis. Maybe not officially in the stats. He might have been a little bit off the green, but a bogey for Davis. Aaron Rai at the first. I thought he played some of the most solid golf of anybody in the field yesterday. Finds the bunker, though.
Very organized golfer, Aaron Rai. He's gonna plan it out, think it out. He's a very sensible golfer.
Morikawa's third at the par 5.
Perfect shot there for Colin, right under the hole. Maybe a right edge putt.
Saw Jake Knapp on the par 3 over the green in the rough.
This could be pretty quick down this hill. Beautiful shot there.
Really nicely done. Well, Eric Cole, it's his new favorite hole in the world.
It is Dave Fleming. Yesterday here at the par 3 fourth, Cole a hole-in-one. Today 181 yards, the easiest of the par 3s yesterday. That's a letdown. Dead center of the green. What's his problem? I would love to know what Cole's bar tab was last night. This was absolutely perfect. 7-iron. Pin placement. 3 hops. In. Whoa! Set the pace for his day. Got back to even par. That hole-in-one, and we had talked about early in the coverage. A day full of highlights. It seemed it was easier to score off the green than it was making some of those putts, especially in the later afternoon round as we go back to J.J. Small.
Yeah, see if he can clean up birdie after that terrific second shot. And J.J. lost the playoff to Rory at the TPC earlier in the year.
Right now, Cam Davis at the fourth. 33 career major rounds. First time he's led or co-led after any of them. Jeff, first time look at this whole pin placement today. Anything, as we'll talk about those throughout the day with this par 3 that you see back right?
Yeah, across the other side of the green today, so it'll suit the guys who move the ball left to right like Cam tried to there.
Adam Scott from the 11th. Playing out of the fairway, going to be a little bit short. It's going to work its way back toward the front portion of the green, so that'll be a fairly slow putt going up the hill.
Now Justin Thomas for birdie at the 10th.
Yeah, this after Justin left himself a tricky pitch shot in.
Yeah. You would think it'd be hard to leave that putt short. It's pretty quick coming down that hill. Back to 11.
Hatton, after a perfect tee shot, coming off a birdie at 10. He looks like he is dialed in today. Another nice shot. Because of his antics on the golf course, sometimes you forget what a terrific player he is.
He truly is. Great spot to putt from for Colin Morikawa. Boarded right in. Colin Morikawa, forget his last hole yesterday, immediately erased with a second round opening birdie. Johnny Vegas. Just under an hour, we'll see him start his second round. Vegas 7 under. Shot 64 to start this PGA Championship. He did it all well yesterday. Texas Longhorn. He's 40 years old. That's part of what we've been talking about this morning is Johnny Vegas. He's been around for a long time.
And who had him as your low Texas Longhorn?
That would be nobody.
No one. That's what they call beating the odds.
Not Spieth, not Scheffler, not any of those guys. Johnny Vegas. Back at the first, Aaron Rai out of the bunker.
So it's 2 gloves for every shot, but 1 glove for the bunker shots, which is interesting.
That is interesting.
Now at the 11th, Adam Scott putting up the hill. Boy, he has really figured out a great way to use this longer putter. So solid.
Jordan Spieth just stayed out of the fairway bunker at 10.
Wow, that's a great golf shot.
Great shot from Spieth. So that'll be for eagle for Jordan Spieth.
That'll erase a lot of yesterday pretty quick if he can make that.
No kidding. He needed a little jump start. That might be it.
Now at the 11th, Hatton with a great opportunity for birdie to get off to a birdie start. And he did. Boy, the greens are absolutely perfect. You see how beautifully they're rolling. And all of a sudden, 5 under.
What did Jeff Ogilvy say at the start of the day? Watch out for Tyrrell Hatton. He looks ready to go low.
He looks in a good mood at the moment.
Key being the moment. Will Zalatoris. Very makeable. He's up on the top level. Should slide just a little bit from his left to right.
Starting to get a little frustrated.
Cam Davis for birdie at the par 3, and a good roll just past the hole as Davis will have that to stay at 4 under par, 3 shots off Johnny Vegas's lead. It's always interesting. We talk about this all the time in golf, late, early. How much momentum can you carry in from a good first round to kind of get out there on the course first and keep it going?
Yeah, it often feels late, early, always felt like more preferable, especially if you'd shot a good first round.
I want to talk about that with our leader, Johnny Vegas, and maybe not having to think about it too much today. Go to bed, wake up, and get right back out there. Oberg at the par 5 10th. Wow.
A little bit deep on 10. Sometimes with the dew on the green, on the fairways in the morning, you can get little flyers sometimes with wedges. So it's not all easier in the morning. There's some elements that you don't have to deal with in the afternoon that you get in the mornings.
Okay, Davis now. Short one for par. Heard Andy touch on it earlier, how good he was at putting in round 1. Let's go back to the first.
We saw Aaron Rai, 1 glove on out of the bunker. Now no gloves putting, and he pulled that one.
There's no part of golf that Aaron hasn't thought about. So he's obviously got a plan with his gloves.
Here's Lucas Glover at the 12th. Again, one of the more difficult fairways to hit. In the first round, you go from Aaron Rai, 2 gloves. Lucas Glover just goes au naturel. And how about this for an approach? Lucas Glover brings it back, and a great opportunity for him at birdie. Now Hatton back on the tee. Nice start for him at 5 under now.
Look ahead, Mr. Cameraman. Pop, pop!
Gets a bounce into that first cut of rough. You asked the ball to miss the cameraman, it did. So some good karma perhaps coming Hatton's way. And now Cole for birdie at 4. Get an opportunity to go 1-2. Goes 1-3 now, hole in 1 in round 1, par to stay even. Got a couple more days to make birdie on that hole. Kind of a. So a moment ago on this par 3 4th, this is Dean Burmeister out of the thick stuff. Check that second hole.
So this is the very difficult second. Anything that's just a little short right of this flagstick is going to run well off the green. We've had this happen at least 3 times already this morning. This could be a problem. And there's a little bit of moisture up there right now. As it dries out, it's even going to get quicker. Now going for his 4th, back up there. This one's going to come right back at his feet. Just wait for it. It will get there. This is a pretty bad feeling as a player, by the way.
You don't say.
Now you expect this one to probably be past the hole because you're going to give it a little extra. Hang on right there. Just stay there. Ooh. I think we're going to have some problems here at the second hole today.
That was stressful to watch. Ludwig Åberg now his long birdie after his wedge went long.
Pretty slow putt there from the back of 10. Very lot of pitch from front right to back left. 10 green.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's been a slow putt, tough to judge in the early morning. To 11.
Morikawa out of the first cut.
Yeah, this will be hard to stop out of that cut. Green slopes to the back.
That's right up against the second cut. That will be a difficult pitch.
That happened to Colin a few times yesterday, where he found his ball right up against that edge. Out to 10. Patrick Reed. All the while, Jordan Spieth waiting, lying 2 with an excellent chance for an eagle. 24-foot putt for Patrick Reed.
Yeah, big left to right break here. Always been a good putter, Patrick Reed.
He knew you had to give it a pretty good wrap. Back to 11.
JT from the middle of the fairway. Probably take it just left of the hole and try to get it just drip to the right. He's really fun to watch hit shots when he's on his game. He works it up and down and left and right. Has complete control over it.
Reed just taps that one in. So Patrick Reed makes par 5 to start his second round. And now it's finally Jordan's turn. This is big for him, Jeff.
Yeah, long night last night, thinking about what happened on Thursday, but to get off to an eagle start, he's going to lots of positive vibes for the rest of the day.
He got it. You can't dream of a better start than that. Jordan Spieth makes an eagle 3 at the 10th. That would be fun to watch him get going and get back in contention.
Absolutely, and you can't underestimate how much belief you get out of a start like that. You feel like your tournament's over, but all of a sudden, wow, today might be a good day.
So now Oberg, I'm sure, was not thinking he'd have to grind out a par putt when he was sitting, what, 100 yards with a wedge in hand.
Yeah, when your partner's just made 3, this is not the one you want for 5 on the first hole of the day.
That was a big putt for Spieth. Feels like an important putt early for Ludwig.
Yeah, for the opposite reasons of Jordan, you really don't want to get off to a bogey start on a par 5.
Now you can feel a little bit better. Okay, at least made that.
Doesn't ever look too phased about anything though, Ludwig.
That is a fact.
Romister for his double after pitching it over the green. And a good double bogey save. But a frustrating start.
Don't go long at 2. Bryson DeChambeau. Even par after his first round. Man, did he hit some spectacular shots, though.
Always fun to watch play golf, Bryson.
Making his way to the 10th tee, where he'll start his second round in just moments.
Now Morikawa. That one's okay. Not the easiest of the pitch coming out of the rough.
Long birdie putt for Eric Van Rooyen. We saw lots of chip ins and pitch ins and hole outs yesterday. We also saw a lot of long putts made. And we've got our first long one in the second round at the par 3 13th. Much needed birdie for Van Rooyen to get him back to even. JJ Spawn coming off a birdie at 2. Couldn't have played the second hole better. Now this for birdie at 3. Hard to play that hole much better.
Off to a good start again. Had a great front 9 yesterday and let a bit go on the back 9. So JJ's been playing well. Great tournament at the Players Championship this year, making a playoff.
Now ultimately Rory got him, but J.J. Spawn playing well. Tyrrell Hatton, part of the early story here. Jordan Spieth's eagle to start his round. What are we going to see from DeChambeau, Hovland, and Gary Woodland? It's never boring with these three as they get ready to start the second round here on Friday morning at Quail Hollow. Let's go down to the 10th tee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 8:22 starting time. Please welcome on the tee from Texas, Bryson DeChambeau.
Let's go, Bryson! Go!
Some of the drives he hit yesterday were mind-blowing.
Well, we've been getting used to that for Bryson. Loves to go hard. Not afraid to take it on, hit it over a corner. Should set up really well for him here, 10. Loves to draw it.
Can I go or no?
I think you heard his caddy say slightly more aggressive line than yesterday. Doesn't matter.
That's
Early
a pretty
morning.
aggressive line.
He is ready to launch. He just misses the fairway left. Way down there, but in the rough.
Next, on the tee from Norway, please welcome Victor Hovland.
Here we go, Victor!
Victor puts himself in position after a 2 under par first round.
Been struggling a lot, Victor, the last year or so, but nice to see him playing well again.
Tends to play really well in this PGA Championship. And that's a good drive at the 10th.
Next, on the tee from Kansas, Gary Woodland.
I know Gary's had some injury issues, hasn't been totally healthy. We watched him during the practice rounds, and he was launching some drives.
Always been very long, Gary Woodland. Amazing athlete. Swings the club really well.
That one headed right. Okay. Sits down in the rough there, just to the right of the fairway at 10. So DeChambeau, Woodland, and Hovland. Their second rounds are now started. That guy, to me, he finished even par. He played a lot better than that yesterday. Now to 11.
Justin Thomas, very makeable birdie opportunity. And he does it. Positive start. Back at the tee, Jordan Spieth. 325 yards to carry the entirety of the bunkers on the left. You're trying to take it down the right center. That looks like a good line.
All right, back to 12 now. Tyrrell Hatton, his second. To a 2 under start in round 2. Trying to bring that back a little bit. He's going to stay up on top. This is one of the harder greens, and that good mood that Jeff Ogilvy spoke of a moment ago, That's already gone for Hatton. Let's go back to the 11.
Now Morikawa to save his par at 11, and he does that. Those are really nice kind of putts to make early in the round. Really get some momentum going. Gives you a lot of confidence.
Tom Kim, long bunker shot for his third at the 10th.
Not a terrible spot to be coming in from here. Don't really want a long bunker shot early in the day, but Tom's handled it pretty well.
Yeah. Like Tyrrell Hatton, you never have to guess how Tom Kim's feeling out there. Now at the 5th from the rough, Cam Davis took a lash at it. Whoa.
Ooh, sprinkler head.
Oh my goodness. Wow. What a bad break that was.
Turned out okay.
I guess it turned out okay, as somebody said down there. Yeah, not a terrible position afterwards. Kind of crazy to 4.
And JJ Spawn. Now 2 under and a good start for him. Makes an aggressive line at this par 3. JJ Spawn gonna have another attempt and a makeable birdie to move to 3 under. Vegas counting down the tee off for a bit of a surprise leader. And a veteran out here, 40 years old. He's won on the PGA Tour. One of the best things he said to Jeff Darlington post-round yesterday is when he started making those putts late, he said, I knew I had something going. Kind of a look into the window of the mindset of a guy, Jeff Ogilvy, that while he hasn't performed on the big stage, he knew that he had something working. Is now we check in at Max Homa at the 13th.
His birdie putt at the par 3. Max Homa rolls one in. Well, that's a great start to his second round. Through 4 holes, he's 2 under and back to even.
Really nice to see Max playing well again.
Jordan Spieth with his second into the back right hole location at 11. A bit awkward here. The green actually slopes away from you in that back portion. You got over a little ridge. Really is frustrating when you think so often you're so used to playing greens that are back to front. Now over to 12.
Oh, I'd be interested to see this read for Hatton. And yeah, the hole is down left. I assume Hatton knows that. Look at this, is cheeky. Oh, what a run from Hatton. Let's just go ahead and box that one off and make sure you don't hit it there.
Wow, we see why he felt like he did after his second shot now. Wow, look at this. Just outside right.
What was just outside right, the read? That was special. He's gonna have to
That was a really good putt, but that looks almost impossible from long on 12 today.
I don't think that good mood's working right now.
I mean, you see players play a lot of break. You don't often see him putting it backwards away from the hole. Cam Davis runs that little chip by. After hitting the sprinkler head, he'll have that left for par at the 5th.
All right, back to Hatton. A much more standard read to save par at the 12th.
Great
Hey,
2-putt.
That is a great 2-putt to continue his good start. So make note, up left on 12, no good. Let's go back to 11.
And Holberg with his second from the fairway. Just way up in the air. He's able to stop that hole high. Great birdie opportunity. It is fun to watch him play.
At the 10th, Hideki Matsuyama, his birdie putt
All that practice in the rain on Monday must have been worth it.
Paid off. That was incredible, that video of him putting in the downpour.
There's Aaron Rai with his par putt at the second.
Important putt for Cam Davis. He missed one about this length earlier for par. Pours that one right in.
Par off the sprinkler head. Bad break, but it turned out okay. So
now we saw the long bunker shot from Tom Kim. This is for birdie at the 10th. Oh, no.
Disappointing.
Horseshoed right around the hole. It's got to be a little shock to the system. Miss a putt of that length.
Yeah, he's dancing out of the bunker after such a great shot. Everyone who tees off 10 is going to want to make birdie on it's one of the opportunity holes.
Okay, J.J. Spawn for 3 in a row. Makes birdie at 4, and there's one of our early movers. J.J. Spawn kind of came back to the pack a little yesterday after a great start, but 3 birdies in a row to move him at 3 under as we go back to the 10th and Hovland.
Hovland from the fairway.
305, going with a 3-wood, just going mighty high for a 3-wood.
Ken Brown, that looks like a pretty good line. Couldn't quite get it all the way there like Jordan Spieth did.
No, and it's going to be a tricky one from there too. That's a very awkward spot to be.
351 off the tee for Bryson DeChambeau, the longest drive so far at the 10th.
250 to the front, and as soon as he got to his ball, he said, I can do this. He's nestled a little bit. Downhill, down breeze.
Wow, just got over the bunker. He'll be okay from there.
Ken, we had you on as we started our coverage talking about the possibility of mud balls today in this second round. I know it's very early for you, but you're out there on the course. What do you think the day's going to bring?
I think there might be the odd mud ball, but this morning there's a bit of dew on the ball, so if the ball rolls at all and he does pick up any mud, it'll be a scarce thing. And it was a pretty scarce thing yesterday, to be honest, but it's awful when you get one.
Gary Woodland. He was off the fairway with his drive, so played to here, and even after that second shot, he's got some issues, it looks like.
Looks like a little bit of mud. Hopefully it doesn't affect it too much. Sometimes it's the little bits are okay.
He's imitating Ken Brown. He's doing a demo.
It's the longer shots it has the most dramatic effect. With the shorter ones you don't often get those horrible wobbly ones that the ball just ducks out the sky and goes left or right. But with these tight pins, a little bit of mud, bit of moisture just gives you a little bit of a food for thought.
From 157, kind of holding that one off a little bit.
Yeah, really good shot. Have to give that a little bit of air out to the left, especially with that organic matter on the underside of that ball.
To 12.
Colin Morikawa is second after a perfect drive.
Has to throw this beyond the hole to have any chance of getting it close here today.
So he'll go beyond the hole, and he's going to bring it back. So a birdie look from Morikawa after saving par on the prior hole. Let's check in at the 11th.
Jordan Spieth from just over the green. This is now chipping basically back up the hill. Because of that, it was fairly slow. Shot.
Well, now Now Tyrrell Hatton on the tee at the par 3. He is the story of the morning so far. 2 under par. He's to 5 under. A pretty aggressive line there from Hatton.
That is 2 yards away from being perfect.
Tyrrell described it perfectly.
We don't need you, Jeff, when we got Hatton out there.
Absolutely not.
Now Justin Thomas at 12.
Third fairway in a row for Justin. Only hit 4 yesterday.
He goes the same approach as Morikawa, and this came all the way back. I wonder if Justin Thomas can just get something started. Had that world-class shot on 18, wasn't able to save par as we go back to 11.
Now Orberg with his birdie attempt. Slightly right to left. Back. You come over a little ridge in the middle of the green, then it slopes toward the back of the green, and you handle it beautifully. Had to make a good par save at 10 and comes right back and birdies 11.
All right, now Bryson after his second shot from the rough. What does he face here, Ken?
About 50 yards, good angle to the flag as well, and a little lie that the ball's going to run out of fraction, so pretty good for him.
He struggled with these shots, I think, yesterday, Jeff. Did not struggle with that one. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful shot. As Ken said, a little bit out of the semi-rough is actually an advantage there. Predictable amount of spin. Great shot.
So that's going to be virtually a tap-in birdie for Bryson DeChambeau to start his second round. For all the great shots he hit yesterday, he didn't convert those into a lot of birdies. He had the incredible shot at 17 that almost went in. Otherwise, didn't always turn his majestic drives into good scores. All right, this is Hovland.
Sprinkler heading his way, otherwise I think he might have thought of putting it. Flip it over it. Awkward.
Awkward is right. Yeah, that's always a tricky spot down in that bowl on 10.
Ooh. As tricky as that is, I'm sure he was hoping for a little better than that.
All right, now Morikawa at 12 for birdie.
Yeah, I got a really good look from DJ's putt. Breaking to the left.
You give one of these guys a free read, they'll take advantage of it. Morikawa 2 birdies in his first 3 holes.
So now from the bunker, just a couple yards from being perfect, Tyrrell Hatton told us. See if he can get up and down. I think he can.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty good miss, that bunker on the right today, I think, 13.
Here's our first look at the drivable 14th. 347 today. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get it on the green than yesterday when 78% of the players went for it. Holy smoke smacks. Was that any good? You got to be kidding me. Oh, thank you very much. I guess it won't be so tough to drive it on 14.
Take that in.
Here's another look at it. This is absolutely roasted. 307 yards to the front. Holes cut 40 on. He carries it just onto the green. What a gorgeous golf shot. Go back to the small bucket, not do that again.
Wow. That's going to be 4 under through 5 holes when he taps in for eagle for Homa. Meanwhile, Hovland for birdie at the 10th. So that'll be a par at the par 5 to 12.
And Thomas for birdie.
Pretty steep putt here. Tough to get it past it because that slope.
Just didn't hit it. Be a par for Justin Thomas. He'll remain 1 over. Over to 6.
In our first look at the 6th today, par 3, 252 yards. I guess that's how you should play it. Just miss the green to the left and pitch it in. We've seen probably 20 pitch-ins this week. It's been amazing. That some good work. Back to the par 4 second, Matthew Pavon. Putting up the hill. This is going to break to the right at the end a little bit. Is it enough? Yes. That gets him in the red numbers.
That looks like the spot to hit it on the second hole then.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Short left,
short and
yep.
somewhere left.
Well, while J.J. Spaun, who's on a birdie run, gets ready to play his next shot, this is just a formality for Bryson DeChambeau. That's a pretty impressive start for him, a birdie.
Yeah, very smart second shot there, making sure he missed the ball left. Anywhere left of that green, you can get the ball up and down today.
All right, now J.J. Spaun ready at the 5th. He's got himself to 3 under par. 3 straight birdies for Spaun. Ooh, big hop. And into that thicker rough.
Yeah, they're sounding very firm, these greens this morning, aren't they?
So Hatton made his par at 13, as you would expect, to stay at 5 under, just 2 shots off the lead and getting closer to the start of the second round for the leader, Johnny Vegas. Now Morikawa on the tee at 13.
Yeah, Colin has a 5-iron here. Playing 214, 184 front. Wants to be left of this hole occasion. Big slope on the right-hand side as he's coming into the hole, which will kick it left.
It's okay.
Sensible shot out to the left, yeah. I mean, I think you can get it up and down out of that bunker, as we just saw Tyrrell, but a lot of players have just hit middle of the green on 13 today, I think.
It's an interesting point, because maybe it would encourage you, if you felt comfortable from that bunker, to be a little bit more aggressive.
You just have to make sure it gets to the bunker. If it's a little bit short and it goes all the way down that hill, you're going to have a lot of trouble, but the bunker looks okay. Susie next to play is JT.
Yeah, JT also going with 5-iron. There's very little breeze going on out here at all today. It's just beautiful weather to play golf.
Like this left of the tower? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Correct.
Heard him say target just left of the tower. More left, I think, than he wanted.
Bit of a double cross on that one. It'll be tricky from up there today. 13's very steep left to right.
Yeah, we saw Jake Knapp hit a good chip from up there, but that doesn't mean that's an easy shot. Now Dustin Johnson.
Dustin also going with 5-iron. Dustin's putting a little bit better today, which is nice to see. As we talked about earlier, it was certainly a struggle yesterday, but really hitting the golf ball beautifully.
Susie, he lost 6 strokes putting on the back 9 alone.
Yeah, 36 putts yesterday, 134th strokes gained. That's never where you want to be, especially in a major.
Did not carve that one in there, just stayed out left. Very similar spot to JT.
Well, he'll give JT a good look at how the shot's going to play.
Max with his tap in for eagle. When you start making a lot of 2s on your card, they don't add up very quickly. What a great start by Max.
And a 2 in the upper right corner. That's the first time in his major career, Andy, back-to-back 2s. I mean, you don't have a lot of opportunities to make consecutive twos. Bryson DeChambeau now on the tee at 11.
This will be fun. 325 to carry the bunkers on the left. They won't even be seen. Sending deep. Absolutely perfect. Mason will not even put the bunkers on the golf course for Bryson.
Once he took it over the bunker at 16 after they moved that tee all the way back yesterday, I think I agree with you. Johnny Vegas starting to get his game face on. It was all smiles when he arrived at Quail Hollow. Tees off in 14 minutes. The leader still by 2.
Back in the 11th tee. Victor Homa, a little bit more difficult driving hole for Victor. He likes to work it from left to right. And that brings that right hand rough into play. And that's going to be just perfect down the right center.
J.J. Spawn.
Little thick lie there.
He knew right away. Out to 7.
First time we've seen the par 5 7th.
Yep.
Yesterday it played collectively 48 under par, 6 yards further in round 2, and that's dead center of the fairway for Davis as we go to 14.
See if Hatton can knock it on the green here also. It's much easier driving hole earlier in the day when there's no breeze blowing. Yesterday we saw the breeze start blowing from left to right and pushed a lot of balls up into the hill on the right side. Oh, that one is going to be trouble. The good thing is you can drop it right there and still get it up and in to save par. Ball about yeah, took one big hop right off of that ridge. If it lands on the green and trickles into the left edge, it'll be hung up by that rough. It was about 4 yards off line, but still has a chance to save par.
Yeah, you and I were out there during the practice rounds, Andy, and we were sort of rolling some golf balls and watching. The rough will hold if it's rolling, not if it's bouncing like that. Johnny Vegas just moments away. First time in his career leading after a round at a major championship. Hatton's made a move up the leaderboard. Homa's made a big move. J.J. Spawn playing very well. And some of the best players in the world lined up for the second round of this 107th PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow.
It was one of those things that is a run that builds right as you go. Holding around 18 for birdie was massive coming out of making the turn. As you leave, you leave 18 with a lot of confidence. I just knew that if I could get through some of the first few holes of that front nine, I was going to have some good chances. But obviously, I wasn't really expecting to birdie, probably my last 6. But it was one of those things that you take it every time they come.
Magnificent round for Johnny Vegas. Sparkling 64.
It's Thursday, you can't really get too caught up on who's leading and who's not because we know we have a lot of golf left. And the goal is just to, pace yourself for 4 rounds. And even though it's absolutely amazing to start this way, I'm just focused on putting another round tomorrow.
It's a perspective of a guy who's been around for a long time. May never have been in this position, Jeff Ogilvy, but I think a really healthy perspective after a spectacular first round.
Yeah, and that comes with age and being in a lot of these tournaments. He's been a quality player for a long time. Probably surprising he hasn't had a better record in the majors, as good as a player as he's been. But nice to see him on top of the leaderboard.
8 minutes away from starting his second round. We made the point earlier, maybe an advantage for Johnny to play so well in the afternoon yesterday and then not have to sit around all day and think about it. JJ Spawn just a moment ago at the 5th to save par, keep his momentum going. No, had made 3 straight birdies until that. Also a moment ago.
The par 5 7th. Cam Davis 228 in. He doesn't like it right away, but I'm not sure why. They aim for perfection, but Davis still going to have a putt for eagle if that thing settles down anytime soon. Just off the green now for Davis. All right, now to 11.
Hobbling from the fairway after a nice tee shot, coming in from the right center. This fits his eye beautifully. Take it at the 11 and just carve it a little bit left to right. Just started it a little bit to the right, but what a beautiful play. He looks like he's figured out some of the problems he had in his golf swing earlier in the year.
There's that putt that Tyrrell Hatton had. Aim at the bunker and hope. He had to putt that off the green. We are going to keep an eye on that, Jeff Ogilvy, the entire day.
Wow. Yep. Don't hit it long on 12.
At 13, Justin Thomas. Straight down the hill. Well done. You think back to 2017, Justin Thomas from off the green at 13, his second shot. One of the most memorable moments of his first major championship win. He has fond memories of the 13th hole. Back to 11.
Bryson only with 133 left. Just a little pitch with a gap wedge. Easy. Easy. It just keeps trickling back down the hill.
Max Homa, what a start to the second round for Max. Birdied 10, birdied 13, hit what at the end of the day might still be the shot of the day at 14. To tap in range for an eagle 2, back-to-back 2s. Now if he makes it 2 at 15, then we got some history. Stripe that second shot on the par 5.
Pretty popular spot there on 15, short right of the hole. He's in a good position to make another birdie though. Great start for Max.
I mean, that was a good drive and a good second shot. Now birdie putt for Colin Morikawa.
He had a really good read from JT's chip.
And considering that, might not be so thrilled with that putt.
No, probably not his favorite.
Now Hatton taking the drop after the drive in the water. Can he get it up to save par, up and down to save par? He will have a good putt at it. I think that's the cool thing about this hole. 311 yards yesterday, 347 today.
Now Jordan Spieth to save par at 12. So after the long approach on 12 and the difficult putt, Jordan Spieth gives one back to 11.
Bryson, longest drive of the week, not surprising. Now the birdie, just about 25 feet.
Up the hill for the first 2/3 and down the other side. Hoorah.
Ken, we've seen the players struggle with the speed when they're going up over those hills, and then it goes down as it gets over the top. Now Tyrrell Hatton to save his par after driving in the water on 14, which just broke off at the end. Staying on the tee, this is a hole you surely expect to make a birdie or par. Yesterday there were the same number of birdies as there were pars, 65, which is pretty cool.
Well, he already had one in the water and decided he needed a second one in there.
That won't be seen again. Now Victor Hovland, after that terrific second shot, only about 7 feet, 8 feet.
I spoke to his caddy. He said he drove a lot better yesterday, hit some good irons, and he started off by driving well, hit a couple of nice iron shots. He's right at the top of the hill, so his putt generally down the slope. Should have a little movement from the right. Par at the 10th, the birdie at the 11th would be handy.
Great positive start today. Getting that first birdie in those first couple of holes is always wonderful. Now to 15.
Doesn't it feel like, I mean, we're seeing Hatton, DeChambeau, Morikawa, Max Homa, some of the best players in the world seem primed today to make a move up the leaderboard. That was a little indifferent from Homa, considering how spectacular the start to his round has been. Speaking of spectacular, the first round for Johnny Vegas, our leader by 2, is almost ready to start his second round.
Good morning and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 9:01 a.m. starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Venezuela, Jhonattan Vegas.
He sure looks pretty relaxed.
He's a relaxed guy, Johnny Vegas. Nice to sleep on a 7 under round in a major. I'm sure he's been looking forward to this tee shot for 12 hours.
You get tested when you start on the first. A very difficult opening hole at Quail Hollow.
Good driver of the ball, Johnny.
Couple of bounces, and that will make it into that fairway bunker.
We saw Cam Davis hit it on the green out of that bunker, so it's probably not too big a problem.
Speaking of Davis, for birdie at the 7th. After picking up so many strokes on the field yesterday on the green putting, he's going to want that one back. And here's Rye at 4. He's had some putting difficulties early this morning, but not here. He makes birdie at the 4th to move to 3 under after starting his second round with a pair of bogeys.
Bryson with his cleaning up of a par at 11.
Ryan Campbell.
Cam Davis did tap his in for par.
I don't know if they will or not. He's been, yeah, they've been going.
Well, Jordan Spieth, the best possible start, began his second round with an eagle, but just gave one of those back at the 12th. Now on the tee at the 13th. That looks like a pretty good line.
That looks a great line. Nice little fade.
Really good shot from Jordan Spieth.
As always, up and down on the golf course.
It could be a roller coaster ride. Homa for birdie. And Max Homa is red hot. Flying up the leaderboard. Birdie at 10, birdie at 13, eagle at 14, birdie at the par 5 15th. And now get ready for 16, 17, 18.
Just hang on, Max.
That's it. Survive those next 3 and he might be off and running. Cam Smith at the par 5 10th.
Tough spot, but if anyone can do it,
it's Cam Smith. I finished your sentence for you.
Wow. I believe in Cam around the greens.
No kidding.
Down at the tee at 12, Victor Hovland.
Pretty important fairway to hit, it looks like, Matt, today. From the fairway, you're going to be able to keep it on that bottom level, but from the rough, we could see a lot of those fun putts from the back of the green.
The second hardest fairway to hit in round 1. Then there's different rules for Bryson. And he's going to need some help with this one. So we'll see what he has left. Missing the fairway left again. We've seen the 12th. Not only difficult to hit off the tee, one of the hardest greens to hit as we go to 14.
Morikawa with his 347-yard par 4 in front of him, and difficult hole for him to drive it on. He likes to cut the ball. This ball's going to be up short right. The more it comes down the hill, the better opportunity we'll have to pitch the ball all the way in that back portion of the green. I think this is more a comfortable tee shot for JT. He can move it both ways very nicely. 307 yards to carry in on the front. This one's just hanging out to the right a little. Well, that's going to come back down into that valley.
Birdie putt, Ludwig Åberg. Just stayed high. So we had some good tee shots with this group. Åberg and Jordan Spieth in an excellent position. Åberg will finish. That's a par at the 13th.
Okay, now our first look at a 3-hole stretch that can dictate the weekend or not. Joaquin Niemann. Now there is some positive, gentlemen, on the par 4 16th. It was the easiest fairway to hit in round 1. So it's every shot after that is Niemann now. That was way right. Just after I give the stat of the easiest fairway to hit, Niemann goes to the merchandise tent. The 3-hole stretch, again, it'll dictate whether you're here over the weekend. It'll dictate whether you're hoisting a Wanamaker Trophy. 3 holes in the top 4. The hardest is Max Homa, the round of the day on the course. If he could just hang on through this 3-hole stretch, as you heard Dave Fleming say a moment ago, he could be off and running. Let's go back to 15.
Yeah, that looked like bunker off the tee from Homa. Now Hatton from the middle of the fairway. Whoa, boy. Well, the trees might have helped him there. Although that's not going to be easy. Yeah, it did go that way.
Morikawa with his second at the short 14th. He's going to land the ball probably 20 feet short of the hole. Let it just release back into that corner. Just landed a little bit too short. It's just hard to make yourself get it all the way to the back of that hole pitching then, because it just runs right off the back of the green.
Now Jordan Spieth, excellent birdie opportunity at 13.
Yeah, great chance here, left to right. Lock it straight away.
Yeah, came right up out of it. So that's too bad for Jordan, who knows he needs to make a move today to 12.
Viktor Hovland, his second.
Got to keep it under the tree, front left pin, big bluff at the front to get out. Tricky, tricky.
Stay there. Somehow stay there.
He's asking for it to stay, and it's just not going to listen. I mean, this is just rinse and repeat from what we saw at the 12th yesterday. If you miss this fairway, the odds are you're not making the green. As Hovland just figured out.
All right, from the fairway bunker, Johnny Vegas pulled that one left.
That doesn't look like a good miss today either on one.
Back to 12 and Bryson.
Just going over the very edge of the left-hand pine. Oh, this is going to be ideal.
See the advantage of being so much closer to the green coming out of the rough.
You can come out of the rough with a short wedge. If Bryson doesn't take advantage of his length, why have it?
Well, let's take a look at 14, 15. These are holes that you have to take advantage. Drivable 14, knock it on 15 and 2, because once you walk off the 15th green, you are in trouble. Now JT pitching from a really nice spot. Like to carry this ball about halfway on the green. Everything should go a little bit right to left. Hang on. Hang on. Good shot. One of the best pitchers of the golf ball we have. Michael Cartrude at the par 3 17th. He's playing 185 today, almost 40 yards shorter than yesterday. Hole cut right in the front portion of the green, bringing a lot of water into play. And what a terrific shot. He was the last player to make it in the field by a playoff in the Club Pros Championship.
Now Cam Davis at 8. Today 353 yards, not as accessible as the 14th, but still one of the shorter par 4s out here. Davis aggressive off the tee. He'll have that for birdie. Now at 12, Viktor Hovland's third.
He's had a good look at this one. He could use the slope behind. It's awkward. Horrible tight lie. Oh.
Gravity will be undefeated again. We saw this with Burmeister on a different hole earlier. And Ken Brown, it's clear these runoffs today, if you don't hit your spot exact, that's going to happen.
Absolutely, yes. I think he slightly mishit it. And I think I'd have probably gone off the back slope. And when you get those tight lines, you're lifting it up and you've got to land it on about 3 or 4 yards short of the flag. Tricky. And of course, there you go again. Have another try.
Yeah. And meanwhile, not a bad bunker shot from Vegas from a pretty difficult spot.
Yeah, good spot from Johnny. Hopefully he can get off to a start and make a long putt for a par.
Okay, Hovland redux. Not a replay, same shot.
I'm with Ken. I think you want to hit this ball past the hole.
Here we go. And that one was chunky. And it is. Hovland's going to find out the hard way again.
Once you've done it wrong the first time, you're then always compelled, you think in your mind, to try and play the absolutely perfect shot.
Kenny Brown, any chance we can get you to go do a demo real quick at the landing spot?
Yeah, I think I'll just keep out the way at the moment.
Understood.
Oh dear. These fringes are pretty tight, and even the fairways are a bit nippy, and the grain's into you. It's so easy to just hit it a little heavy, unforgiving.
Hovland's fifth. That would have been an all-world bogey, but Hovland will tap in for double. While we've seen examples throughout the morning of this course and some of the world's best maybe hanging a low number, there are some teeth remaining as Hovland moves to 1 under. I mean, there's an example of how you miss your spot, the ball's coming right back to your feet. All 3 of those ball marks and divots from Hovland. It's just not worth messing around. Now at 8, Davis to move to 6 under. Guys, it's early, but the putting magic we saw out of Davis appeared to stay in bed last night. He misses 1 as we go to Rye at 5.
Aaron Rye, second straight birdie for him. So he's making a little comeback after a shaky start to his round. He's back to 4 under par. Aaron Rye at 2.
And we're over 2. Morrison slipping it in for a birdie. Really good start. And we're seeing some great golf early this morning. Perfect conditions, no wind blowing. Players are taking advantage of it.
I like him, Michael Thorbjornsen. He's a talented young man. Now, pretty significant putt to start the day, and not an easy putt for the leader, Johnny Vegas.
No, not what you want. A lengthy par putt on the first hole when you've been leading.
Cam Davis made his par at 8, so he's still 5 under.
But a big confidence booster if he can make it.
What a great putt. That was pure.
That was pure, and that makes him feel good walking into the second hole.
Because it is a really hard hole. The first hole is one of the toughest holes out here to 16.
And Lucas Glover. Fairway off the tee. Oh, we're just going to be handing out birdies at 16 today. Handing them out. What an approach. We had 2 shots inside 13 feet on that hole yesterday, back to 15.
And Tyrrell had got, it looked like a little bit of a break. The trees ricocheted down. Not that this is real easy.
Great shot.
Pretty good shot. Can't get too aggressive from there.
So Homa did find the bunker off the tee at 16, 200 yards to the hole, and he needs to be careful. He'll go bunker to bunker, and that looks like it could be a little bit on the downslope in the sand.
Out the drivable 14th, Colin Morikawa with his 20-footer for birdie. Walk off with his par.
Now Bryson for birdie at 12.
Super slick, super slick.
He's putting early on. It's another one he left short, although this one was quick above the hole. So still 1 under on the round, 1 under the tournament as we go to 14.
And Justin Thomas for his birdie. Get back to even par. He was 4 over multiple times yesterday, so he's making a nice comeback. And this is a player, when he gets it going, he can go as low as anybody. I was lucky to walk around with him at the Players this year when he shot 10 under 62. He throws a lot of those kind of numbers up there.
I'm telling you, it's a theme of the morning. The best players in the world after a weird day yesterday are playing really well at the start of the second round. Hatton's birdie putt slides by. But he's in that group. He's had a nice start to his second round, even with that par to 16.
And Homa, greenside bunker. That is well done from Max Homa.
Yeah, I think 16, some of the teeth will be out of 16 today, I think, with where the hole is located. Yesterday was probably the hardest spot on the green for 16. We might see 18 take over as a harder hole in 16 today with where the hole is cut.
Middle right. Her location at 16 to 2.
Yeah, our leader, Johnny Vegas, going with 3 metal. This is a dogleg right to left. You'd like to just take it down the right center, maybe turn it over a little bit. Don't want to mess with the left. 288 yards to get a clear shot past the trees on the left. And this looks perfect, just like you drew it up on the chalkboard. Excellent.
All right, so Lucas Glover, we waited about 25 hours for a birdie at 16 yesterday. Oh, and we keep waiting. So Lucas will want that one back. Any other day, a par would have been happy. Glover misses a very, very makeable birdie attempt in the 16.
Over after driving it well right at 14, he's left with a really tough shot. Not a lot of green to work with. Oh my, what a play coming out of the rough. Able to spin it like that. Great shot.
Now home at a safe par at 16. Okay. Ogilvy, if you go bunker to bunker and make par to start the hardest stretch of the hole, you've got to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it shows us for the rest of the day that you can get it up and down out of that right bunker next to the green. Might be a good miss for the guys.
And this is the point I was trying to make. Homa, Neiman, Morikawa, Cam Smith. We've seen DeChambeau hit a lot of good shots. Hatton's playing well. Those names we were expecting yesterday to be at the top of the leaderboard, they're making their climb now.
It's starting to make a little bit more sense to us now.
It is.
Jordan Spieth with a tough second at 14. Should come out running a little bit. Oh, yes. Well judged. Well played. See, the ball just keeps trickling. Jordan with a covey of quail on his shirt today.
Good terminology, Andy.
I'm a bird guy.
If you're a professional golfer, you gotta like bird. DeChambeau on the tee at 13.
Uphill par 3, playing 214 yards, not a breath of wind. Right hand pin, so quite accessible, much easier the right pin than the left pin.
Good shot. That's Gary Woodland, who's just inside DeChambeau. Well, Hovland coming off the disaster at 12.
Yeah, he hit a sort of fluffy chip at 10 and a couple there at 12. He's got to settle his mind and get back concentrating. It's a slightly open stance. He too going to just move a little bit from left to right.
A good solid shot from Hovland. Can't imagine needs to settle down. All right, 9th hole for Cam Davis, who's in the second group to go off this morning at 1. Started at 5 under. He's at 5 under. This is a tough hole.
Tough hole. You hit it 314 off the tee. You still got 210. Beautiful swing there from Cam. Just happy to have an iron into that green, I think, some of these guys.
Yeah, I don't think it, I mean, maybe it matters a little, but no matter where the hole is located, that's going to be a hard hole.
This is Aaron Rye's birdie attempt at the par 4 6th. Broke his streak of a couple in a row.
55 will cover the bunker's fine.
Well, Justin Thomas with looked like a 3-wood in hand for the fairway at 15.
I like that. And I can just go ahead and let the turn. Go ahead and let the turn off. Yes, correct. And if it just goes straight into that gully, that's a perfect spot.
Yeah, Justin's a little concerned about some mud on the right side of his ball. Already a hook lie. So went to the shorter club. Making sure to leave it in a spot that's not too far left for that hole location.
Boy, it did something, all right. Wow.
Okay, it was definitely moving left.
He can play from there.
Yeah.
You'd prefer to be right at the pin there today, but on the short grass there, he's got a shot.
All right, 17th hole, par 3, dangerous shot. Move up a tee and from the back of the green to the front of the green. Now playing 185. Second most difficult hole yesterday. Today, I think there's going to be quite a few birdies here. You're playing with a much shorter club coming in here. No wind blowing right now. And the players know that if you throw it in that front quadrant of the green, you've got a good birdie opportunity.
Now Morikawa at 15.
Yeah, the trees on the left-hand side were in his way.
I think that front bunker's okay.
It's not where he wants to be, but he can play from there.
How about a 10? Takumi Kanaya, eagle putt. Looks good. Is good. Might be another day at Quail Hollow for long putts going in. Man, so many of them yesterday. Now to 16.
And Tyrrell Hatton. Easiest fairway to hit, the 16th. That is the opposite way of the pin. He knows today probably much more accessible there at the 16th. After a hot start, Hatton leaking a bit of oil the past couple of holes. And if you need to know how he feels about his shot, just wait. He's already thrown a ball in the water out of anger. I'm blaming Jeff Ogilvy because he said he was in a good mood after 2 holes. Back to 13.
Victor Hovland, probably not in a great mood right now.
Downhill, down grain, a little bit from left to right, but the grain will straighten it out a fraction. It doesn't break quite so much when you're hitting it down the grain.
Okay. Par for Hovland.
Second hole, knock it just into the back fringe for our tournament leader. And that will be an interesting pitch. We've seen a lot of disasters on this hole, guys. Pitching it down to the right. Now Spieth at 14 for his birdie. Get this one and get something going. Never good with the early walk.
That's 2 in a row, huh, Andy? He did that on 13.
It just looks like sometimes he gets trying so hard he gets in his own way.
Back at 16. Will Zalatoris. And that is a professional golf shot out of Zalatoris. He's going to look to make birdie to get to even for the tournament. Over to 9.
Birdie chance for Cam Davis. Oh, just came up short. 2 significant birdies at 9 yesterday, I thought, Jeff. Scheffler to finish his round and Vegas to finish his round with a bang. Now, birdie opportunity for DeChambeau.
Good angle to putt from up the slope.
Wonder if he's getting a little frustrated, Ken. He's hit the ball so well for a day and a half, and not a lot of those putts are going in. Now to 15, Justin Thomas.
Yeah, he needs to carry this all the way up to this whole location because of the slope just short of it.
Okay, off an uphill birdie putt.
Adam Scott 2 under on his round. 4 under for the tournament. His second at 16.
Really?
We just saw Max Homa get up and down from that green side bunker. See if Adam Scott can do the same. Back to 14.
Oberg to finish this birdie off after that fabulous pitch from well right of the green. It's 2 under for the championship. Just always looks calm.
Just add him to the list of the elite players who are starting to make a move up the leaderboard here at the PGA Championship. You can hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Jhonattan Vegas facing a tough shot at number 2, still leads by 2 with Hatton and Homa on the rise at the PGA. All kinds of golf available right now. Featured groups and holes on ESPN Plus. Our main coverage. You can follow JT, DJ, and Morikawa, DeChambeau and his group as they play the 14th. Andy.
DeChambeau at 14, reachable very easily, going with the fairway metal. 307 yards to carry it on the green, and just throws it into that bunker. Long bunker shot, well over 100 feet. He hit one of the greatest long bunker shots in the history of golf on the 72nd hole of the U.S. Open last year. Now, next will be Hovland, and this is a little bit of an awkward tee shot for him. He's works the ball left to right 90% of the time. Seen a lot of misses up on top of that hill in the rough, and that creates a very difficult second shot coming in at an awkward angle to this back hole location. Johnny Vegas with yet another important par putt. Such a difficult putt. This green slopes so dramatically from back toward front. We've seen balls run off that front of the green. This ball is just diving to the right. Putts like that, so hard to match up the speed and the line.
And gosh, Andy, this morning we've seen if you go long at 2, you are in trouble. To 16.
And Adam Scott, his third greenside bunker. So well done, and Jeff Ogilvy mentioned a moment ago that pin placement is, it looks as if up and down's not going to be an issue at 16.
Birdie putt at 15 for Colin Morikawa.
Good attempt, very slow up the hill. Certainly a hole they want to make birdie on, though.
Yeah, with the daunting stretch to follow.
Now Max Homa, this is his birdie opportunity at 17. Even though this is playing 185 today, a 3 is still a really good score. Second most difficult hole yesterday. I think it will improve today, play a little bit easier.
And a hole behind them, Tyrrell Hatton, a long birdie. This is like what we saw at 16 yesterday, average proximity 55 feet. Looks like it'll be a par for Hatton.
JT's birdie chance.
And with a little bit left.
Now, Will Zalatoris for birdie at 16. Okay, gentlemen, pre-lunch, we already have a birdie at the 16th. Lucas Glover missed his short birdie attempt. Will Zalatoris did not.
Well, the 18th hole today, playing 474 yards, Jeff Ogilvy, and a very difficult tee shot.
Incredibly difficult tee shot. You really have to just stand up and hit a good shot. Left, obviously, is very bad with the creek. Right bunker's not a wonderful spot, and that hole location today may be the toughest one on the green. Very hard to leave it under the hole. Lots of downhill putts.
So this is a big swing in the round of Max Homa as he has made his move up the leaderboard with a brilliant first 9. Trying to cut that one back to the middle. And he does.
Well done.
Hole gets a little simpler. Not that it's easy, but if you do that off the tee, changes number 1 to 3. Johnny Vegas coming off the bogey. That looked good, sounded good. One of the few straight holes at Quail Hollow.
Great drive.
Yeah, he made the bogey at 2, was in a bad position at 1. He could use even though he saved par at the first, he could use a little more stress-free hole at the 3rd.
I don't think he's going to be alone with that bogey on 2, though, and he'll know that with that, how slopey that it is around that hole.
It's definitely one of the takeaways of this morning coverage. Number 2, where that hole is located, is a different hole today. I think number 12 would be in that category as well. You got to be in the right spot on those 2 holes in this second round. Back to 17.
Terrell Hatton. He's hit some really quality shots already today. He's got off to a beautiful start. See if he can regain that. This one's starting at a really nice line. Boom. We could have one of those here today, boys. This front hole location.
So if it happens, Andy said it first.
Yep, I called it, just like I picked about 10 different guys to win this week.
It's a good strategy. Just throw a bunch of stuff out there. If you're right, you get all the credit.
And this is our second look at it. Landed absolutely perfectly, a couple of yards onto the green, almost hops in a couple of times. What a beautiful play. Absolutely joyous.
Takes a lot to get him happy.
He is fun to watch play, though. You never know what might happen.
And he's a delightful guy.
Yeah.
He's really a fun guy to be around.
He has got a terrific sense of humor. But he is the perfect player to be mic'd up 99% of the time.
Yeah. The other 1% hit the dump button.
Yeah, it's a nice walk around this lake after you've just hit it stiff. Tough shot, Ken.
Oh, scary, particularly if you've been a bit nervy with your short irons.
Oh man, that was a terrific play. Just lofted it straight up. Only way to stop it on the green. With that water right behind, that's a dangerous shot. Bryson will be next. This shouldn't be too easy.
Yeah, he's got the big mound to come over. He can either carry it or try and chase it over it. Not easy.
It'd be interesting if he can carry it over that ridge. It's about halfway. If he can still stop it.
Yeah, that's a testy one to do that.
And landed basically into that ridge and just killed it. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with a 30-footer for birdie here on a hole that you can knock it on the green.
Well, Ludwig Åberg, it hasn't been as dramatic of a move up the leaderboard as some of the other best players in the world, but in good position at 15. And only 4 shots off the lead, but he lost that one.
He'd be disappointed. Nothing's dramatic with Ludwig
Åberg,
though. All looks pretty simple and straightforward.
It's a couple wedge shots on 10 to start his round. Hit an indifferent wedge. That one might be worse than indifferent. Johnny Vegas has dropped a shot with a bogey at 2, in the fairway at 3. Cam Davis has stabilized his round. He's 1 shot back. Out to the par 5 7th.
And Aaron Rye just off the green to tie for the lead for eagle. Get here in 2, again playing 552 yards today. The easiest holes in round 1. Rye to tie for the lead. That for birdie to be 1 shot off of Johnny Vegas is 6 under Although we have seen Rye have some difficulties with some of the short putts, and that's where Lucas Glover's right at home. In a crick.
Well, JT took one shoe off yesterday. We got a 2 shoe off situation. Lucas is standing right in the middle of the creek.
Well, you're happy when you get up there that the ball's not in the water, but he's now in the water.
Not happy about that. It looks to me like he's just trying to play out. Okay. So now your caddy will give you the towel, and you've got to dry off first before you put those shoes back on. To 16.
And Colin Morikawa, blind second shot.
Blind second shot, Matt, and they just got warned. First warning for slow play. They were not happy about it.
Susie, tell us more about that. When they got the warning, what was the response?
Yeah, they Colin and JT pled their cases from the 15th and the 14th after they let somebody play up on 14. So they didn't feel like it was justified, but it stands, and they've been given their first warning.
Okay. From dry land, Joaquin Niemann at 18. He's having a good start to his round. Niemann has made a move. Good shot.
Yeah, you won't see a whole lot of balls close today. I don't think you'll see a lot of balls well past the hole here. You really have to make sure you get it to pin high, or it's going to roll off the front.
At 15, this is a long eagle try for Jory. He's already made 1 eagle today.
Tough putt to get all the way to the hole. Long way uphill over a ridge.
So now Homa's got the best round going on the golf course at 18. Stay there.
And that's going to do what I said.
Yeah.
Very hard. You got to get it quite a long way up onto the green for it to stay here on 18.
Yeah, that's a good look from that high camera we have perched up above 18. You said it a few minutes ago, Jeff, that the 18th hole location is going to make this a very tough hole today.
Okay, Rye at 7 for birdie to get to 5 under. No problems with that one. So now 1 shot off the lead. 3 players tied at 5 under. Davis, Rye, Gerard goes off this afternoon. Justin Thomas a difficult second at 16.
Yeah, he really has to hold this off this lie. Trying to get it to get left of the flag.
That is not going to be brunch time shot either. We saw this with Justin Thomas yesterday. He can get it going, but there's been a couple of times where he can get sideways. We go back to our leader.
At the 3rd, Jhonattan Vegas. From 154 yards out. That one's heading left. And it's going to go down into the bunker.
Disappointing shot.
Yeah.
Gonna be tough from there.
He hit it left on 1. He hit it left on 2. And now he goes left on 3. To 17.
Adam Scott for his birdie attempt. Pretty straightforward coming across the green at this point. It's a little bit quick. It's been amazing. Adam, as he's used this longer putter for the last few years, his speed control is absolutely marvelous. He's amazing from distance with that, which is usually the opposite case with the longer one. But Bryson DeChambeau for his birdie attempt at 14 after coming up short off the tee in the bunker, playing the difficult bunker shot to here.
And he was lucky. If he'd missed the bunker, it would have definitely gone in the water. Pitched in the high left lip. Big swinging, graceful, rainbow-shaped putt, this one, from right to left.
Easy two-putt birdie. Bryson speed control has been right on. Just hasn't gotten the hole to get in the way.
All right. Fully dressed now, Lucas Glover, for his third. That one's got to stay. Okay.
Just hangs on.
Get up there, mark it, and have a chance to save par.
Back to Justin Thomas at the 16th.
Yeah, such a difficult play. Maybe within 9-10 feet would be a great shot from here.
Just like that. So an opportunity for JT to get up and down to remain even. Now over to 17.
Jhonattan for his birdie attempt after almost holing out his tee shot. Beautiful two. That's his second birdie of the day at 17.
Any birdie on that stretch of holes worthy of celebration. Fourth shot for Oberg. It just did not hit a good wedge at all, and that wasn't great.
Making a mess of this one.
Yeah, from a good position to having to struggle to make a par.
Victor Hovland for his birdie at 14.
Again down grain, not much movement in it.
Back to the 16th and Morikawa for birdie. That's a good one for Colin Morikawa to move to 4 under. And guys, just like that, he's 3 under on his round, seemingly erasing a mistake at 18 to end his round yesterday. Over to 15.
Jordan Spieth needs this one. Left a few of these makeable birdie putts out to the right. That one he pulls a little bit left.
Disappointing after the eagle on 10 to not sort of keep going with the round. He needs a low one today.
Does. Now Homa. Shot spun back to here. Wow! Max Homa shoots a 30, a 6 under par, back 9 to start his second round. What did he shoot yesterday on those holes? 39. He goes 30 this morning. Nine shots better on 9 holes. I vote him most improved. That was brilliant. I mean, Max Homa's 2 shots off the lead. And I'll echo what Jeff says. Just great to see him playing good golf. To 16.
To save par, Justin Thomas. Never had a chance. Missed that one left from the get-go, so he'll drop a shot at the 16th to move to 1 over to the 3rd.
Johnny Vegas, Jeff, not making it easy on himself.
No, you just want some nice, easy 2-putt pars and short putts, but he's going to be happy with a tap in for par here.
That's better. But he can tell by the body language. He's hit a few loose ones after the brilliant golf he played yesterday. Now to 10. Cam Davis has made the turn. He's just 1 shot back at the par 5.
Must have missed the fairway to have to lay up.
So Vegas made his par at 3. And Cam Davis, he's hit a lot of good shots this morning. The putter has been a lot cooler than it was yesterday.
Cam Davis always hits a lot of good shots. Wonderful swinger. It's hard to putt like that 2 days in a row.
Came up out of that one trying to save par. Almost in the creek, standing in the creek for his second shot. That'll turn into a bogey at 18. So Glover got beat by 8 on that 9 by his playing partner Max Homa. Some incredible golf from Homa, who's only 2 shots off the lead, and he's not alone. Colin Morikawa on the move. Jhonattan on the move. best players in the world are rising up the leaderboard at the PGA. Well, Dave Fleming back here at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. Second round of this 107th PGA Championship. We've had a lot of early morning action out on the golf course, including Tyrrell Hatton, who's 2 under par for his round, only 1 shot off the lead. Jim Nantz and our friends from CBS are getting ready to take over the coverage for the next couple of hours. Hatton, who just made a great birdie at 17 on the tee at the par 4 18th, and it left off the tee with that creek looming. And Hatton is, I believe, in the water. So Tyrrell Hatton not happy with that tee shot. Yeah, microphones around Tyrrell. That's what you get. Into the creek off the tee at 18. So his good round in danger of losing some steam at a hole that's going to play very tough today. Don't yell at the driver, Tyrrell. On the 17th tee, Colin Morikawa just made birdie at 16. Hole playing 185 yards today, and a little more accessible. Morikawa with a nice tee shot, so he's playing well. So many of the world's best players who are on the course here this morning are playing well. It's going to be excitement from now until the end of the day in Charlotte. Vegas leads by 1. tightly packed on the leaderboard. Jim Nantz and friends take over when we come back.
Oh, here. There. There you go.
What's up, Big Joe? We'll get this in 2:30. Ian?
I'm sorry. Hello, friends.
Hello, friends. Frank?
Yep.
Andrew?
Hey, Jim.
How are you? Dottie?
Morning, Jim.
Good morning.
Bryson.
Colt?
Yes, sir.
Mark?
Good morning. I'm with Cam Davis.
Good.
Yeah, Colt, where are you?
Johnny Vegas.
And
Vegas and
Amanda?
Davis.
Amanda?
Amanda is not here, but Marty is.
Marty.
Hi, buddy.
How are you, bud?
Marty, welcome to Gym City.
I love Gym City. I've lived in Gym City for 27 years.
Really?
Yes, I have. Lake Norman, just north of town.
That's beautiful.
It is a really nice place to live.
Nothing like the Queen City, man.
Great to be with you guys.
Really great to team up with you. You got Brad with us today?
No, actually, it's Tom. I'm here this morning, and Brad will be in at 12.
Tom. Hey, buddy.
Dottie, you were with
I got Bryson.
Bryson.
Yep.
Colt's with Vegas, and Mark is with Cam Davis.
Yes.
Colts in Vegas. That was.
That
who would have thought?
sounds about right.
Appropriate.
Jackpot.
Who would have thought?
Where else would you expect to find him?
What hole is that on?
Vegas is on 4 right
Here
now.
we go. Got it.
It's warming up here in Charlotte, North Carolina, in the 107th playing of the PGA Championship.
We have 26 players at the moment within 3 shots of the lead. Today is going to be so interesting to watch and see how it unfolds. Great to have all of you with us with this coverage. Round 2, Trevor, Ian, Frank, and Andrew all in the Super Tower. Donnie, Mark, and Colt on the course. And great to be reunited with Tom Karpus from the PGA of America, helping us out on the rules. Here's how we currently stand. Jhonattan Vegas, the 18-hole leader after his brilliant 64, finished late last night. He's 1 over through the first 3 holes. 1 better than Davis and Hatton and Rye and Gerard, who plays late in the afternoon. And there are good scores out there, most notably Max Homa, who has won before in Charlotte. He's 6 under through his first 9 holes. That had his first career win here. Let's go out to the play at the 4th.
Thank you, Jim. Vegas on the tee, and Colt Knost is with this grouping.
And Andrew, he's yet to hit a green in regulation today. That won't count either, but a good spot.
Yeah. Just a little bit deep at the par 3. Let's go to 8.
And Aaron Rye here at the short par 4, playing his 3rd shot from just off the edge. Gets pretty quick there as the grass gets lighter in color. That's down grain. And that's why that fed off the edge.
Been a roller coaster for him. He started the day with 2 bogeys and then has made 3 birdies. Not too many pars on that card.
Up to 18.
Well, Hatton is one of those just 1 off the lead, but in trouble here. Oh my goodness, and it compounds. That was his 4th shot. He drove it into the water on the left side, and he spat at the rough there after that mishit. Not a pretty sight.
No, not at all. That whole location extremely difficult.
Let's go to the 1st, and Max Homa, 6 under through his first 9 holes. It was back in 2019 when he emerged as a winner as a professional for the first time right here at Quail Hollow. Look at all these highlights coming your way, Trev. This is how we started the day at the 10th.
And ordinarily that's not a great place to miss it when the whole location is on the right. That is remarkable right there from Homa.
At 13, that led to birdie at the opening hole, par 5 for him. Again, starting at 10. At 13, look how gentle he was with this one. Tee shot at the always fun-filled 14th, the par 4 that can be driven.
340 yards today. This shot is so special. A little grab on that second bounce with the driver. Nestles it in there tight. That is 2-2 at 13 and 14 for Homa.
That has to be the shot of the championship so far. The eagle at 14. And then, of course, the par 5 follows. And he backs it up with a birdie. The eagle at 14. And then at 18. Under the heading of no way.
Exactly right. He has it all firing, and that 30 marks his lowest 9-hole score in a major championship.
Amazing. Round 1, he shot 3 over on that same 9-hole stretch. So he has vaulted into contention this Friday morning with that brilliant 9-hole stretch. Included the eagle at 14 and the chip and birdie at 18. Let's go to the 15th.
And here is DeChambeau and Dottie Peppers with this grouping.
Andrew, 6-iron, 250 up the hill.
It goes. Just clears the bunker. And Bryson will have an eagle putt coming up at 15. Up to 18.
So this is the 5th shot. Up and down for a double. Manage the damage. That is not an easy hole to find, even when you're that close and chipping.
This is not done. Such a tiny little flat spot of green there in that front portion of 18. We're going to see all sorts of drama at that hole today.
Wow, I mean, he had gotten himself right into contention this morning, and now he's giving so much of it away. That will be his 6th shot coming up. Over to 8.
And Aaron Rai having a bit of trouble here. Trevor mentioned it. A couple of bogeys, 3 birdies on the card so far, and that will be the 3rd bogey. So remains even par through 8, 4 under total. Lead score Vegas at 6 under. Got 4 at 5 under. And here is Vegas at the 4th.
Yep, and his 2nd just off the green. And not going to get there. So Vegas will have that to save par. He is 1 over through his first 3 holes today.
Well, I'd already given him this one, Andrew, but he's going to tap it in for the 5 anyway. Up and down start for Aaron. Winner on the PGA Tour from England. So many fine English players now. I think Nick Faldo was the start of so many young Englishmen getting started in the game. Back at first.
10th hole of the day for Homa. And it's a birdie bid.
You got to be real gentle putting downhill today. These greens are getting firmer and faster by the minute.
Okay, the story though right now is the destruction at 18 for Hatton. Oh, almost managed to get out of there with a double, but it'll be a triple. Only add to the scoring average that always proves to be one of the hardest holes on the course. Here's Morikawa, and he's watching anxiously.
Needs that fade to kick in. Nope.
Kicks in the water instead.
He made double at 18 yesterday, so he's had issues there.
And he's made again his way up to 400 par, 300 for the day. At the 5th, there's Vegas.
Slots it right down the middle with plenty of power. That's not the issue for him. Very reliable ball striker. It is all about whether the putter cooperates.
To 15.
And DeChambeau has this putt for eagle, Dottie.
Long distance across a center spine, but you throw the caution flag beyond this hole, it runs away pretty steeply.
Already 1 eagle at 15 today. It was Wyndham Clark. And as Dottie called, it runs right by.
Could run off the green.
Ooh, 211.
And this is Cam Davis for par. Struggled off the tee. Actually hit a pretty good 3rd shot to there. Little work left. 1 bogey. And 1 birdie so far. This will be the 2nd bogey to go 1 over for the round.
And Finchy, as these greens start to firm up, you need to start to bring some strategy into play. You can't be short-siding yourself.
Very true.
Around Quail Hollow Club when it gets this spicy on the greens.
Well, you know, everyone talks about having to hit it far here in the wet conditions. It's a long course. It's a brute 7,600 yards, but putting's equally as difficult. Hard to get the ball close.
At 18, Adam Scott playing with Hatton. This is his 4th, and Adam off to a good start too at a couple under.
Yeah, from 162 hit it into that little stream, so I had to take a drop.
Okay, was cautious with that one, rightfully so. Over to 8.
Matthew Pavone, one of 70 international players in the field this week. Lovely play. Bounced onto the scene with a win at Torrey Pines last year. 15.
Bryson for birdie. And that will be at least a 3-putt for DeChambeau.
He did take advantage of the par 5 10th. Didn't take advantage of the short 14th. And now this.
Oh, a 6-iron in from the middle of the fairway. He is not going to be happy.
18.
Adam now. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This one, I thought first putt was enough to assure nothing worse than a bogey.
There's some wildlife on the green.
Going to get back the 2 shots that he picked up on the day coming in here. Again, this is their 9th hole of the day. So we're going to have a double and a triple. If that one goes in out of that group. Let's go to the 9th hole. Aaron Rai.
520-yard par 4.
How beautiful is this?
So good.
You're on a direct line. Have that putt to go to 5 under par.
Has not been a birdie at 9 yet today.
Good chance that's going to bound to end. Meanwhile, Morikawa is finding his drop. Well, he already had dropped it. Ball went back into the penalty area, so he's able to place it there, play his 3rd shot coming up.
But it's going to be so difficult because the ball is so far below his feet.
Hatton, that's a 7. Down to 17.
Sweet swinging Swede, Ludvig Åberg.
This one's not going to be sweet.
No, they're swimming. The ripples tell the sad story.
Sweet swimming Swede.
The iceberg cooling off. Back to 15.
And now DeChambeau for his par. Disappointing 5 for Bryson at the 15th. And he remains 5 behind the lead of Jhonattan Vegas. Beautiful morning here in Charlotte, North Carolina. You're watching live coverage of the 2nd round of the 2025 PGA Championship.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams. And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
We're at the 5th with Jhonattan Vegas, the leader by 1.
Trevor could have made a lot of money if you would have said he's low Texas Longhorn after day 1.
That's right.
That's exactly right. And that's another beautiful shot there.
Really good point. Got a Texas Longhorn leading. Is it Scottie? No. Is it Spieth? No. It's Jhonattan Vegas. Let's go to the 2nd.
And Max Homa firing up the hill with his 2nd. What a start. 30 the front 9 for Max Homa. Maybe he's getting his game back on track. Up to 18.
Justin Thomas.
He's 1 under on this round after the awful start yesterday. He's fought his way back.
So he has. He's really hung in there.
Trying to make his way to the weekend. Right now the cut line is sitting at 1 over. That may move.
Let's go to 10.
And the par 5. Here's J.J. Spawn out of the greenside bunker. Really nice shot there by Spawn, who's just 3 shots off the lead. 3 under on his round today. Back to 18.
Well, Morikawa, we saw him after his drop. He was only able to advance it over here to the fairway, playing his 4th. And this again, look out.
Well, that was interesting there how he lost his balance with just a wedge shot. Unusual.
Yeah, what's that about?
Must have been out of sequence on the way down, club a little stuck. And now that's going to be awkward up against the collar.
18 is proving costly already with victims like Hatton and Scott. Let's go to 9. Aaron Rai, first birdie of the day at the 9th for the field. And he's just 1 back of Vegas. Over at 1. Adam now trying to regroup after the double at 18.
Take it right over the corner. Should be enough to get to the fairway. Oh yeah, gets a huge bounce forward. Just look at how these fairways have dried up.
Let's go to 2.
Okay, can he continue the run? Didn't need much more, did it? Treated it with respect. Gets away on you there. Started on 10, shot 30 to back 9. Heading to the 3rd tee, 4 under.
This is so impressive after how lost he was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, amazing. It's a different leaderboard to what we were expecting as we head up to 18.
And Morikawa playing his 5th.
Well done.
Our editorial consultant Tommy Spencer pointing out that it's 10:25 in the morning. We already have a triple, and that'll be the 6th double of the day at 18. So we go back to the 5th. Jhonattan Vegas for birdie.
A few people in Vegas having a few doubles right now.
At what is it, 7:24 a.m.
Never too early out there.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Hey, I'm not judging anybody.
Here's JT for birdie at 18. Oh, he knew. He hurried over to get in position. Stepped in front of Dustin Johnson, who's a mile outside of the cut. In the meantime, we go back to 17.
After rinsing it with his first tee shot. Oberg Logs in a nice little 5-footer. Good save.
Right now, 17th is playing the par 3 at a 4-stroke average.
Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. What a finish. 16.
Hardest hole on the golf course yesterday, Bryson.
Guy that could actually turn this into a mid-length par 4.
He drove it over that bunker yesterday, Dottie. It was the longest drive on this hole. Endeavoring to do the same today. What an advantage.
359.
And if we just turn the clock back 24 hours, it's what, 359 yards. That bunker, 335 through the air just to get over it.
And that's a perfect example of why the discourse was leading up to the championship as to distance being a massive advantage.
18.
Well, that is a difficult 3-putt to accept. I know it's not easy. It's slick. It's downhill, but you give away a shot there. And again, that chase is on for the cut line. Back over at 1. Terrell, after making 7, actually struck a beautiful tee shot here at the first.
What makes this tricky is the ball is below your feet, but you've got a left hole location. So you see how it wants to spit the ball out to the right. But still very acceptable there, although Tyrrell's patience is running thin.
Yeah, the Mad Hatton not all that happy with that approach back at 5. And Johnny Vegas in with a par. Coming off 64. The 4-time winner on the PGA Tour, most recently last summer in Minneapolis.
Yeah, love it. Like the touch right of it.
Over at the first again, it's Adam Scott. Just cut the corner.
Really been working hard on his aim. His aim has been too far to the right. This one looks pretty good.
I'd say it's pretty good. Doesn't grab as much as he would have liked. But a birdie putt coming up for Adam. Chance to rebound off the double. How do you fancy his chances this week?
I think it's all about the putting. He's really been struggling with the long putter this season. Got to find some momentum. 18 was not a good sign.
At 12, Cam Davis, and that false front is going to gobble this one up.
That is a big mistake from in the fairway to this receptive hole location, Trev.
Absolutely, because you have the space to throw it to the ridge about 5 paces beyond and bring it back off of that.
Vegas continues to be the leader here, but the lead score was 7 under after day 1. It's very bunched here early on a Friday morning at the PGA Championship.
Second shot here for Gary Woodland at the long 16th.
8-iron. Hook lie, cut hole location.
Not a good match.
It is now.
Oh, that is superb, Dottie.
Degree of difficulty 10.
Say that again. To 12.
And Davis has to play this third from way off the green, even though it pitched into the green and came off that false front. What's he got here, Mark?
He went and took a look at the back and sideboard that Trevor was referencing, Jim, so perhaps trying to send something low and use the little backboard.
If he wants to do that, he's got to go about 10 feet left of the hole, about 5 steps past, and then there's like a little funnel that'll bring it back toward the hole.
I love the action on these, Trev. Got those long arms, big wide sweeping pass. It'll help with that shot.
Not high enough. So he needed to get it past the hole. That's now feeding away. 2 poor shots in a row.
To 16.
And Miles down there finds Bryson.
I misspoke. That becomes a short par 4. Driver, pitching wedge.
This hole is 5 football fields long. Driver wedge. And a birdie putt coming up too for DeChambeau. We'll have that to get to 2 under. Good conditions. A little overcast at the moment. Now across to 3. Very straight par 4. Max Homa. 5 miscuts this season. Only 1 top 25, but he's lived on the range. Try and turn his game around. That one will be difficult. Trees and everything between where he is in the hole. So he's going to have to fight to get away from that. As we go to the first.
Morikawa.
He doesn't quite have the power of players like Scott, so has to take it further down the left-hand side.
Well, that's a hole that favors his ball shape. He's found the fairway there up ahead. Adam for birdie. Let's go over to the 6th.
And the par 3 playing 252 today. You can see they're bringing a little bit closer than yesterday when it measured 241. And here's the tee shot for Vegas.
Well, that's a 4-iron on the way, just a little right of it. Good looking shot.
And that'll work in nicely for Vegas. Hole high for birdie coming up for our leader.
Somehow, Andrew, this hole is playing under par so far for the day.
Amazing.
At 250 plus.
To 9.
Pavone able to get that out beautifully out of that thick rough green side to secure a par.
What a lovely opening 9 for him. Tap that in for 31.
At 1, Hatton. Trying to curl back. Oh, he was drafting right behind the leaders before he tangled with that monster known as 18. Let's go to 16.
Should turn left.
Uphill through that little trough. Left it in a beautiful spot.
Use those hands as high as he can get them. Almost vertical. Oh, that'll get lined beautifully. So Bryson, nice start today. Very clean card.
He's lurking, Frank, isn't he?
Oh, is he ever? Just like a pendulum, isn't it? The shoulders, the arms, they retain that triangle through the whole stroke.
And it's quite interesting. The system that he uses with putting is the length of his backstroke for how far away he is.
18.
Jordan Spieth. This is a dangerous pin to go at, but he has found it. Oh, that is magnificent.
He has to. He has no option being 4 over. He's got to go flag hunting and make some birdies to get to the weekend.
Probably won't see a better one than that all day long at 18.
Agreed. So make that to get to 3 over.
Meanwhile, back over at 3.
Should be far enough back from the trees, so got a bit of a break. Ball cut on the front. Pitched it nicely into the upslope, so that saved the second. That's an excellent shot from Homa. Now back at 16 after that great second shot from Gary Woodland.
With the help from DeChambeau, we go a little more left than DeChambeau's on this line.
There's that split-handed grip. He's annoyed +3. It's hard to know where that cut's going to fall. 70 in ties to 12.
Here is the par attempt for Cam Davis.
Big swinger from the left. You know, Trev, 1 bogey you can tolerate in these conditions, but 2, that stings.
Exactly right. 11 and 12.
Back to Morikawa at the first.
Anything on the left side of the green is a little tougher for Colin. Pretty much exclusively plays the fade.
Oh, that's a weird one.
Caught between clubs with that yardage. Again, more trouble at 18. It's Oberg, the victim this time. This is his 4th shot and might be coming back to him.
What, we've been on for 35 minutes and we've seen 4 or 5 players already get stuck at that false front.
It's interesting they use this, the most penal hole location of all, on a very difficult hole on Friday. If you put it there on Sunday, imagine the carnage. We're already seeing it today. Let's go to 7.
Michael Thorbjornsen from over the back of the green. Still hear how firm these greens are. Now that did only need to go another yard or 2, would have gone all the way down the hill.
Oh, what a beautiful look here live now at 17 with Bryson DeChambeau.
So we have 80 to the hole. We're trying to land it 3 short, 177. We're playing 4 of help.
Yesterday he knocked it in really close, about, well, less than 6 inches. This week 10 of 20 fairways, 17 of 25 greens. It's pretty good around here. The greens, that is.
178 covers directly at the hole. 185 is the total.
Nice high draw.
His eye likes the look of that for sure.
Blocked it.
Yeah. Safety first. Great birdie back at 16. Yesterday, just an amazing shot here. Yesterday, this hole played 227. That's as long as it gets. That's the length it was when Colt Knost made a 1 here about 10 years ago. Bryson just fires it. 127 foot of apex, 149 ball speed. It's about the same as a good drive for most of us. And this was looking good. So close, but a rare 2 at the 17th for Bryson. Now Victor. He must feel like the PGA might owe him one. Scottie, the way he's played at this championship.
He's had a great run. A runner-up at Oak Hill a couple of years ago. Part of the story last year, that was 8-iron.
Nicely done. Plenty of club. Made sure he got it over the front. Over to 3.
Now the man that's really found a gear today that we have not seen for more than 12 months, Max Homa, to get to 5 under. Quick. Oh, Max. He has been in some dark places, but what a breath of fresh air for him right now.
After that tee shot, he wasn't walking down there thinking 3. Big bonus.
To 10.
And Aaron Rai in the left rough. His 3rd at the par 5. Oh, right at it. And Rye will have that for birdie to join Vegas atop the leaderboard. Here is Vegas for birdie at 6. Almost.
Short with his makeable birdies in the last 2 holes.
Still 1 over today for the overnight leader, Jhonattan Vegas. Let's go to 7.
Michael Thornbjornsson, after being over the back. Yeah, he is in the thick of things too. PGA Championship over the years has been a great start for some young careers, getting their first win, first major. Just be a fresh face here. Now, Morikawa at the first.
Just to get the 3 under par. Boy, really off on the speed that time. He's surprised as we come to 18. Patrick Reed playing with Jordan, who knocked it stiff. Could be 2 birdies in this group. There's one.
Okay, but a lot more work needed to be done if he wants to play the weekend.
Let's go to 10.
And Rye for a share of the lead. Unable to take advantage of the par 5. To 18.
And now Jordan for the 2nd birdie in this group, just 2 feet away. Got to go on a birdie run.
What a game. That grouping has 2 threes. Hatton and Scott had a 7 and a 6 on that hole.
Well, Jordan, the birdie at 18 and the eagle at the 10th. 9 holes to go. He's got to make up some ground. It's cut day at the PGA Championship, and Jhonattan Vegas is our leader. We know it's early on a Friday morning, but right now is again, we said going to break, it's cut day. Right now 1 over is the cut line, but we know this is going to go up. In all likelihood 2 might be it, or 3. 2 or 3. What do you think, Trev?
I kind of like 2. The wind is not supposed to get up this afternoon. The greens will continue to get firmer though, so it's going to be interesting to see, but I like 2. I think 2's safe.
17.
Bryson now chipping from that front right side. It's a bailout from the tee, which leaves a very difficult chip.
The second half is speedy, but he never got it to the portion where it gets to the slide.
I like 2 over as well, Trevor. I think it's no wind. Green's still holding somewhat. Over to 4.
And the par 3 today, playing 181, and Max Homa 7 under on his round so far today is on the tee.
He had that stretch of 5 missed cuts in a row, and after the players he said it's hard to care this much about something and not get anything out of it. It's like you're in a very toxic relationship. Except right now, I might be the toxic one. Incredible how he's been able to put the work in and fight back to be in this great position right now.
That one leaking and long and a little bit right for Max, so he'll have some work to do to get up and down and remain just one shot back.
At least is sitting up a touch.
To 7.
Par 5, water down the right. Vegas.
Yeah, water down the right, and this one is not going to go near it. This is going to be left of the bunkers.
It's the bailout area. There is a tree in front of him. Interesting what he decides to do with his second shot. Ian, take it away.
Yeah, here with Bryson DeChambeau and Victor Hovland at the 17th. 3.475 the hole averaging. Just a handful of birdies. It is brutal.
Another lengthy putt for Victor, 2 holes in a row. Got down and 2 from, gosh, probably 60+ feet at the last for a good 4.
From Victor Hovland.
That's a good thing it hit the hole, Finchy.
Yeah, there's a lot of that around here. Misses the hole at speed. It can get off the green at times. Double bogey at 12. He had 3 chips from the front of the green. Just couldn't get it up there. We've seen a lot of that today. 31 feet, center cut for Hovland. Another one like Homa's been struggling. Someone that you'd expect to be playing a lot more consistently. Whacked it all the way, didn't he, Daddy?
As it should.
They're bonuses because you have a lot of them around here. You can play well here and have 10 or 12 birdie putts from 40 feet or so. It's hard to get close.
Finchy, I just want to continue with what I was talking about with Bryson and the way he measures the energy that he wants to put on the ball. Let's just say he's got a 20-footer, and in this case it's down the hill, so in his mind his calculations are that it's playing like a 15-footer. He knows exactly how far he wants to take, how many inches he wants to take the putter head back to put that amount of energy into the ball. It's an extremely technical way to go about putting.
But it's how he does everything in his game, isn't it? And you can tell by his reaction, Dottie, that was a great save.
That was a momentum keeper. Moving in the positive direction after scratching out an even par round yesterday.
Runner-up last year at Valhalla to Xander Schauffele. And an exciting finish.
Now, his major championship record in the last few seasons is phenomenal.
Exactly right. Playing in his 95th major is Adam Scott here at the second. 95th consecutive major championship. That is pretty impressive. 5 Australians have won the PGA Championship. Adam would love to add to that list. Now, Thorne Bjornsson, another young fella that we'll all be watching a lot of in the coming years, I believe. Exciting, strong young player. And at 5 under par, just one back, chance to tie the lead with a putt there.
16, Daniel Berger. Played well last week. I think is a good fit this week. He hits it straight. And he is good when the heat's on. It's for sure a nice little 3-in-a-row stretch. Pulls him within 4 of Jhonattan Vegas. Across to 4.
And here is Homa, and Trevor, you're talking about his struggles all the way down to 78th in the world rankings. But 7 under on his round. Level of difficulty here, Trev.
Extremely difficult. What he's got in his favor is uphill lie, and the ball seems to be sitting pretty good. Needs to lob it and get it to land real soft.
Not enough. Some frustration here at the 4th hole for Homa.
Yeah, The issue there is short-siding yourself. We spoke about it earlier. As these greens start to really heat up and get a lot firmer, you just cannot short-side yourself. Eventually, you're going to run into issues. Some discipline is needed. Even though the conditions are perfect, there's not much wind to worry about. Playing 25, 30 feet out to the side is sometimes a good play.
To 8.
Oh, a narrow miss. That was to tie the lead. 23-year-old, born in Cleveland, Ohio, lives down in Jacksonville now, making his PGA Championship debut. Grew up in the Boston area. We got to talk to him a lot in New Orleans when he was playing in the team event. Played well there with Carl Phillips, fellow Stanford teammate.
Yeah, he's got power too. Now, Cam Davis has come up short right at the par 3.
He just nips the legs out from underneath that. Touch of class from there, Frank.
There is Mark too, especially as these greens are firm despite the rain. Sub-air system. It's been a little bit of the defense. 11.
And Aaron Rai here at the par 4. Little dog leg left. 464 yards. Little side slope. Hard to get to a right pin from a right to left slope. See him trying to hold that off. And not a bad play. Middle of the green.
Absolutely. Just like I said earlier, can't go right at 11, short side yourself. That is a very, very solid play there.
Here's Max.
Let's see if he can recover. Now, that's well played, but Homa is going to drop one here at the par 3. Had been cruising along until this point in his second round. Up to 18.
Okay, this is the tee shot that is so demanding. What is your take on this tee shot right here, Trevor?
Well, that bunker down the right is absolutely in play for Bryson, so he's trying to start it just left of that and turn it back.
I think he took your orders there.
Just like this one.
I'm not sure he could be any quicker to the tee.
Yeah, I mean, that is roasted down there. He's just going to have some sort of wedge in.
Look at the 18-hole scoring average right now in this round is playing almost at 4.83, and it's higher stroke average than all 3 of the par 5s.
That is quite something. I tell you what, you got some tough par 4s here. You look at the 9th, it's playing at 4.3 as well, that long par 4. Just shows you, you've got to take advantage of those 3 par 5s.
18 is one of the great holes. It really is. We see it every year. And on Sunday, well, I could see the Wanamaker Trophy coming down to someone at the 18th hole having to hold on and conquer this beast. Charlotte, North Carolina, the bustling city that has become such a central part of the banking industry, not only in this country, right up there with New York and San Francisco, but recognized around the world as one of the centers of commerce. So we go back out to the play at the 7th.
I don't know what he's going to bank on this. Vegas.
He's going to take it on, Frank. Just 214 front. Had a really good lie.
Oh, risky. It's going to turn out well, though. And play all the way down the right side. That is a superb shot from Vegas.
Wasn't that amazing?
That was all because of the lie, Andrew. Trevor.
Brilliant. Gutsy. Especially when you're holding the lead.
To the first.
Holberg, there's been a lot of spillage over the last 3 holes.
Sure has. Bogey 16 and then double 17, 18. There you go. A little bounce back.
It's the green mile you're talking about. He played it 5 over. Got one back at the first. This almost is automatic to say it. In trouble at the 18th.
Well, this was a diving hook that had no chance of anything good happening. Smart play. Try to take a big number out.
No, you don't want to get too aggressive because that bank is so steep, ball so far below your feet, anything could happen.
Let's go to 11.
And Aaron Rai. Yeah, speed's been pretty good. Aggressive, but not too bad. From Wolverhampton in England. His 3rd PGA Championship start. Tied 39th last year. Back one.
And Matthew Pavon was out of position after his second. Has this for birdie at the par 5. Let's go to 18.
Well, this was a tee shot by Bryson. And we'll see probably all week long anything any better than this by anyone in the field. He just split it.
But now in the position where he's had some issues, which is distance control with the wedges. So let's see how he handles this to this devilish little hole location.
That would be 150.
By the way, just to clarify, we just saw Matthew Pavon. That first putt was for birdie, and he ended up making par. So put him in at 4 under right now through 10 holes.
It's 145.
Better get your distance right here. If you come up short, you could be putting yourself in position for a big number.
135 is the front of the green, plays up 3, but you really need to cover another 7. That's basically the hole.
This is the longest tee shot of the day so far at 18.
At a gap wedge. Gary Woodland behind him tattooed one, and he was still 17 yards behind Bryson.
Aimed up to the right.
Started just barely right, Trevor.
Get up. It's not going to hold on. What we were talking about. Oh, he found a safe haven on a little shelf over.
I thought that was good.
On the left side of that front of the green.
There's got to be one blade of grass holding that ball up. You better get up there quick and hit that.
State of North Carolina has been good to Bryson. He won a U.S. Open up at Pinehurst last June. About 100 miles from here. Let's go to the 11th.
To save par. Bangs it in. See how still he keeps his head. That is such a skill. Take the apprehension out of it. Back to 18.
This will be Hovland. who drove it in trouble.
A third of 111 yards.
So off on the tee shot, he was above the creek.
It's actually the tee shot he hates most.
Try and land it at the hole, one bounce and then spin. Like that.
That'll work. Chance to get out of here with a par. Over to 7.
Now Vegas, lengthy one for Eagle.
And he doesn't find himself at the top of the leaderboard at majors very often, Frank. His best position after any round in his career is tied for 9th.
It's surprising too. Good amateur career, Colt. I know you had a tussle with him in the US Amateur all those years ago.
The only Vegas I've gotten the better of.
To 5.
Here's Max.
This is a green light hole location. Can land it just short and bounce it in there.
Good solid shot. Again, he's marching around here at 6 under for the day. And look who arrives. A quiet Friday arrival for Scottie Scheffler.
But really, when you look at the leaderboard, you look at his position after a 2 under 69 to start. He's in good position right there, but you got to get that credential on. You don't want to get pulled over at all.
Oh, no. Yeah, nothing's guaranteed. So he's made it all the way to the clubhouse unscathed, and what you're trying to say is he's in a pretty good position the way this is shaping up.
Absolutely. I love his position, and I know I've said it a few times already since we've been on. With these greens starting to get this spicy, this firm, his control, which is his strength, is just starting to really going to play into his hands.
Here's Gary Woodland. Looks like he might be away, but Bryson just off the front of the green. You see, these are his stats so far through 27 holes. He leads the field in driving distance. But his approach play, which we saw as a concern at Augusta, he's 97th in the field, 96th in the field right now, 47 feet average.
Yeah, so that tells the story right there. One of the best drivers in the game, him and McIlroy probably at the top of that list. And if he finds a way somehow to dial in the distance control with the irons, he is going to be a handful for everybody else in these biggest championships.
Trevor, I don't see him with an off-speed pitch. He doesn't have that take a little off shot.
Let's go over to 9. Where Thor Bjornsson is one off the lead. He was a late addition to the field here after past PGA champion Vijay Singh withdrew. Once he was out, that gave Thor Bjornsson a spot on the field. We're back at the 7th.
In Vegas, first putt was from over 70 feet. A lot left on this, Colt.
Just about 6 feet, but shouldn't have much in it. Going to move a little bit to his left.
Finished his round yesterday on this side. Actually birdied 5 of his last 6 holes for that round of 64.
9 birdies yesterday.
Yep.
That is ridiculous.
Had another one there. PGA Championship always has that intrigue the first couple of days on the leaderboard, but Vegas, he's won before, that's for sure. So you never know, he might stay there for 4 days. 18.
And Woodland over his birdie putt.
His caddy, Brendan Little, is playing in the senior PGA next week at at Congressional. Gary was supposed to caddy for him. He got canned, Trevor, before he even hit a practice round.
Oh,
harsh.
That is pretty harsh. Tough boss there from Butchie, but good for him for qualifying. That'll be a fun week for him.
Let's go to 13.
JJ Spawn, slightly uphill, so play closer to 220. I love the way he gets through the ball, Trevor. I mean, he's not like 6'3". Swings it so well.
Yeah, I absolutely love when I see players trail shoulder really drive through the ball, and it stops the face flipping over, and you get that ball flight that JJ loves, that penetrating fade.
18.
Okay, no damage on Bryson coming up short, spinning it off the green. It's just stayed up on that ledge. He's got to run it birdie.
Will fight the hill the entire way.
And Dottie brings up a brilliant point about the off-speed shots with the short irons, and in my opinion as well, he's a little too far in to out. And when you play that big of a draw with the wedges, it's tough to control your landing spot.
Shane Lowry looking into the clubhouse here. Beautiful clubhouse at Quail Hollow. He was 2 over yesterday, coming off the co-runner-up finish at Philadelphia Cricket Club a few days back. Sepp Straka, the winner up there. And a fine event it was. Bryson going to go ahead and tap this in for his par. 2 under on that side. 9 to play.
He'll be launching one down the first over the corner.
He just feasts on when he has an opportunity to do something like that.
Yeah, just cut a ton of yardage off some of these long holes.
Now Hovland with a putt for par.
He has a good amount of momentum going right now with birdies on 2 of his last 3 holes. Can he keep it? Going left.
Just inside that mark. I hope.
Oh, kicked it the other way.
He went outside of it. To 8.
And Vegas on the tee here. 353 yards today. Weighted on the tee. They fly it up there around the front of the green. 182 ball speed. That'll be just about 10 yards short, probably.
And he's always been able to move it in. Back when he first turned pro, he was weirdly long. Him, Dustin Johnson, Gary Woodland, they were in another league.
Yeah, it's a big engine, isn't it? It's a V12 motor, that's for sure. Now a 2. Jordan Spieth up the hill. 3 over though. Needs to make at least 1 birdie, I think. 3 over a chance perhaps of making the cut. 2 or 3. At 5.
It's Homa putting together the round of the day. Here at the President's Cup, he had a perfect record. 4 matches, 4 wins.
Thanks for the reminder.
At 9 for Bjornsson.
Okay, not bad.
At 12, Aaron Rai. Keep it under the limbs, get it above that false front. He lands it right next to the flagstick.
Oh, unfortunately skips past the ridge though. That putt is going to be, or chip, is going to be brutally difficult.
What a day for Luke Donald on Thursday. The first shot of the championship struck by Luke. He was bogey free. The European Ryder Cup captain went out and shot 67.
Remarkable. I think he surprised himself. Just 23 putts needed. He only hit 9 greens in regulation for that round.
Again, no bogeys. He tees off at 12. Let's see, 12:25 as we go to the 13th.
To get to 5 under. Par 3. Still excellent round going for JJ. 71 yesterday, 4 under for his round today. To 9.
As for par, currently sharing second. Ooh, that was a good putt.
unfortunately. This his 4th major start, first PGA Championship. Played that US Open at Pebble Beach as a 17-year-old amateur.
At 14.
Swinger off the right-hand side. And actually did yeoman's work, Jim, to get the approach shot to where he was.
Side in for a par. Surrendered a couple of shots on his back 9.
I've been looking at that par 5 15th to try and make a little amends after the issues at 11 and 12.
Still looks the same at the top. Vegas, the first round leader, clings to the lead by 2 in round 2 in Charlotte. We're at 18. Daniel Berger, who's been so steady of late. 2 under par for the championship.
He's been on a nice run here. 3 birdies in his last 4 holes.
Bounces just in front of the cup. Beautiful, beautiful. Back to 12. Want to see this one. Aaron Rai.
Just got to get it to die right on top of the ridge, and it'll feed down. There's the ridge. About as good as he could do. Did not have much at all.
Over to 8.
Perfect angle, Colt.
Yeah, he came up just short where that grass gets really tight, Ian. Little cushion under this one. Couldn't have left it in a better spot.
Second grab into that upslope. Can't go long, though. As short as this hole plays, we've only seen 8 birdies here today, and it's because of that hole location. At the first.
You want to see him cut the corner? Here we go.
What corner, Jim?
Just a little 189 ball speed. I've seen him cross the 190 mark on the course this week, which is just insane. I mean, when you start to get to that speed, it is so hard to control the accuracy, but he does a great job of it.
Up on the green, Wyndham Clark for birdie. Wyndham Clark!
That's a nice bonus birdie there. Gives him a little cushion on that cut line.
Channeling some really positive Charlotte vibes. He won here right before he won the Open, US Open back in 23. Back on the tee at 1, and Victor Hovland going to play a little more conventional.
That may need to get down.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, it's going to be fine, but 2 pulls. Remember, it was the big duck hook at 18. Keep an eye on that with Hovey.
To 2.
Birdie opportunity for Spieth. Got to get something going on these easier uphill putts, and not to be for Jordan. He'll remain 3 over. That's 93rd position. Started out with the eagle at 10. Positive start.
And here at the par 3 fourth, Will Zalatoris with his tee shot. Zalatoris fighting to get inside the cut line, and that's a good way to try to get there. Beautiful tee shot for Zalatoris, and he'll have a good look for birdie coming up.
Well, Brooks Koepka, he's won this championship 3 times. He's got an under par round is a necessity to play over the weekend.
He's got to hit the ball better. Just 5 fairways and 7 greens in regulation yesterday. That does not help the scorecards. They've got to find the long game.
At the 12th hole, Rye to complete a remarkable up and down if he can hold it. There's so much slope to this green at 12.
Yeah, even this putt right here is going to have quite a lot of break from his right.
Always does this move right here to make sure his shoulders are square. Oh, he hit a good putt.
And look where it finished. Finished on the left side of the hole after catching a touch of the edge.
You tell me how often you see players with their shoulders open, not aligned right. Aaron Rye makes sure on his checklist that's not an issue.
He's very methodical with trying to get everything squared up, and this just goes to show the undulation of this 12th green.
This was earlier. Hatton walking away from it. Wow.
You got to be so precise on approach, because you got the fall off in front. Obviously, if you miss long, you're in trouble, like we just saw with Rye. If you miss in that left bunker, you're toast as well.
Okay, Hovland waiting for Bryson to move over to the right side a little bit, so he's way back of him. Look at Bryson after cutting the corner where he ended up.
Well, there's only 50 yards between them. It's 177 front for Victor, another 10 to the hole.
Little flare out.
Yep.
To 3.
Justin Thomas. Another one that's no shoe-in for the weekend. Good 3. That second shot was eerily close to coming back off that false front instead of 3. Go to 6.
And here is Homa, 6 under on his round today. Just a brute of a par 3. 252 on the card today.
Anywhere on the green is good.
Yep, that's center of the green. And you'll see the long birdie putt that Homa has. Certainly it'll be a tough hole throughout the weekend as we go to 8.
And Vegas is actually hitting it closer to the hole today, even though he had the great score yesterday. Here for birdie.
This one extremely slow. See if he can give it enough.
Yeah, the uphill putts. Jordan Spieth on the second had the same thing, Colt.
I mean, it's amazing. When you're 22, you never leave those short.
No, you just bang them in and reach around and knock the one back in, coming back if you miss. Remains 7 under, 2 in front of Gerard. As we go back to 1.
And here's Bryson trying to take advantage of that monster tee shot.
Plays 6 yards downhill. Gap wedge.
That's more like it.
One par 5 on this side of the golf course as we come up to the 18th burger for birdie. Hang on. Just touched it. That's all. Still ran out. As Fitzpatrick got his wardrobe.
Been struggling with his game. Started working with a new coach in Mark Blackburn. And then came out and shot a nice little 68 in round 1.
At 4.
And Zalatoris with a great look at birdie, the Wake Forest product. It's still early, but the cut line at +1, that's a big miss for Will. To 9.
This tee shot at 9. This hole bends to the left, Trevor. What are you trying to do here? But especially if you've got the power that Vegas has.
Well, you got, now that the tee's been moved back, you're looking at about 330 or so to that bunker down the right. So he's trying to fit it between the left edge of the fairway and the bunker. You can see him set up well down the right. Trying to turn this one back into it.
This one is just left of that bunker. I don't think it should reach it today.
Yeah, but moving this tee back, Colt, they've almost taken that bunker out of play.
Totally agree with you. It's made the fairway wider.
Yeah.
He missed the cut here at Quail Hollow when the PGA was contested here in 2017. The lead score, by the way, at the end of 36 holes back then was 8 under par through 2 rounds, and 8 under ended up being the winning score come Sunday.
Thomas, that's exactly right. And I think we're going to see something similar this week, just because of all the sunshine we've had over the last couple of days, and that is supposed to be continuing. The chipping and putting aspect and controlling your approach shots around here is just going to get harder and harder.
This at 15. I think this is the 6th hole.
Par is good here at the 6th hole. Homa will take that as we go to 1.
Victor in the bunker.
Needs to fly it only halfway to the hole.
Oh, that was ugly, Dottie.
Came out low, hot, gone.
That was not that hard of a shot.
It was not.
Next one will be. Let's go back over to the 4th.
And Justin Thomas coming off birdie at the 3rd. Right on that cut line right now. That's a good shot by JT. See if he can capitalize at the par 3. And over at 10, whoa, we got some action going on here. Saw us turtles yesterday, but now we're in the, it's the reptile world.
Sean McKeel's not scared.
He might be. I would be.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that fella.
I don't think they had those at Oak Hill when Sean won.
It's actually his son on the bag too, Dave, caddying from for the very, very first time.
Well, that volunteer's not, no, he's not concerned at all. Easy, fella.
Oh, see there. That's what we got to avoid.
Now we got a problem.
Yeah. Now he's riled up. Yep.
Oh, I need him to take a bite at the ball.
Is he going right for the ball? No. He's got his sights set on something better than the white ball.
We need the great Australian Steve Irwin here. I played on the same cricket team when we were kids with Steve. He'd just come in here and grab that fella by the tail and take him over to the water and drop him in. miss him.
A little bit of everything here at Quail Hollow Club so far this week. Turtles causing problems at 14 yesterday. And now we've got snakes on the 10th fairway. Actually, just one snake for now. Nice. Yeah.
He's just heading to concessions, Andrew.
It's free this week.
Yeah.
Back at the first. And Hovland was a bit snake bit on this hole. He's got that for a bogey. Let's go to 3.
Second shot for Oberg, just 146 yards. Firmness of the green, really. That shot landed in the exact spot you'd be hoping for. Ridge. Well, that's going to funnel it back a little bit. A little bit open up and down today for the Swede. We'll try and rattle that one in as we go to the first.
And DeChambeau, who spun it back to this point for birdie. Oh, that was a good putt.
Ah, it really was. It looked great with about 18 inches to go. Just slivered by.
Stole my line, Trevor.
Oh, sorry, Dottie. Sorry.
Well done.
Thought he'd made it on that serpentine shaped putt. Let's go over to 12. Oh, look at Pavone.
Okay, that gets him within 2.
Sean McKeel, unflappable over at 10.
Now let's see if he could stick one after the snake went right by his ball. Not affected by the snake. That's a great shot for McKeel, and he'll happily walk away from where the snake was rustling by as we go to 1.
And Victor Hovland, who won in Tampa this year at the Copperhead course, where he conquered the snake pit at 16, 17, and 18.
He did.
The tie-ins are endless.
That had eyes for the hole. Beautiful.
Yeah, here it is.
That's a bogey.
He scaled that save well there.
Good. Still had to shed some skin there. That's a bogey. And here comes Rory. Yesterday, everything seemed to be off. But we've seen it many times before. The bounce back day can be just awesome to watch.
Yeah, and just like Koepka, the issues stemmed from the tee ball. Just 4 fairways hit for Rory. We know all the success that he has had around here. He'll be drawing back on all of those good vibes today to try and get back in this thing.
Over to 10.
And Thorbjornsen into the par 5. So McKeel's ball over just shy of today's hole location. Thorbjornsen continues to make his way around here in the second round of the PGA Championship. Now 15, and Mark Immelman is with Cam Davis.
Indeed, and this trio was eagerly watching the snake antics on your 10th hole in my monitor. Cam Davis goes, in Australia, you just run away from those things.
It's a smart move. That's what I would have done.
Same thing in South Africa. Hanging lie here, Andrew. 253 adjusted. This is 3-wood. That's a mile in the air.
Back left hole location today. And that one's going to catch a piece of the bunker. Aggressive line there by Davis, who's 2 over on his round so far today. To 9.
Here's Vegas.
That from 217 with a big clump of mud on the left side, and this is moving it way right.
Mud on the left, ball goes right.
But how do you aim left of that hole?
Exactly.
The lead is 7 under. It belongs to Jhonattan Vegas, the man from Venezuela who now lives in Houston. The winner as recently as last July up in Minnesota. He's the story at the moment. at the PGA Championship in North Carolina.
And we're back here, third hole, Quail Hollow. Oberg to get to +1. Well done. Third hole, fourth hardest hole on the golf course today. That front hole location has yielded only 6 birdies. Now to second.
Justin Thomas, good chance to get back to even par. Terrible start yesterday, 4 over in the first 8 holes. Fighting back. 38 feet is the proximity here at the second today. Average drive around 290 around the corner. And that obviously was the 4th hole, excuse me. That was a par, birdie putt at the 4th.
And 14, J.J. Spawn. He's on that first page of the leaderboard like he was at the Players, and that's a birdie to move into a tie for second. Joining Pavon and Ryan Gerard, who doesn't go today until 2:26 local time. Let's go to 10.
And Thor Bjornsson has this putt for birdie to get to 5 under. And runs it right by. No eagles at the 10th yesterday. There have been 3 so far today as we go to 13.
Aaron Wright, ideally a little cut into here. Major championships always better go through the middle of the green, shape it towards the flags. It's the Nicklaus and the Tiger Woods play. It's worked for them for decades plus. Good shot from Aaron. Back to the man that won 22 years ago, Andrew.
See if he can snake this one in for birdie. Yes. Not scared. Sean McKeel with a circle at the 10th hole. Not snake bit on that one. To 9.
Yeah, this hole right here will swallow you whole if you're not careful. Vegas.
Good news is he missed it in the right spot. Plenty of green to work with.
Oh my goodness.
The hole almost swallowed it.
That's why he's leading the tournament right now by 2.
Caught a decent piece of the edge right there.
Dude.
Let's see where he thought. Ooh. Good technique. You see how he's standing up through it there. Make sure that you don't bury that club head into the ground.
He's laughing and having a good time of it through 27 holes. Now the 7th.
Par 5. Homa.
Bryson, need ball. Chill.
Still.
It's actually pretty good ball speed for Max, 185. Should hopefully hang up in the rough and not make it down to that stream, but 185 is normally like 180.
It's
really
up there for sure.
That's for sure. That's elite. Now, Aaron Wright, 13, lengthy one, but fortunately uphill. This has a tendency on the putting stroke, the head drops backwards on his through swing.
I think he's too stiff and too wooden.
Mechanical. Yep.
Yeah, for me, the best putters I've seen throughout my career and watching the game, you know, Finchy, you were one of them. There was some looseness and athleticism to it.
Yeah, just keep moving, right?
And no fear of the missed putt. 11.
Hey, Jimmy Walker from Baltusrol, the PGA champion. And they played lift, clean, and place the last 2 rounds there at Baltusrol. Man, did we have some rain there. Played 36 holes that final day. Jimmy was the victor. Well done, birdie at 11. Here at 2 now from the left side of the fairway. Bit of tree trouble.
Yeah, one good one to negotiate underneath it. Flighted 9-iron.
From one victor to another, Dottie.
That's right. Good, Vinci.
A little tree clippage.
Yep, took just enough off it.
A lot of fronts of the greens here because of the firmness of the fringes. A lot of roll back. Leaves difficult chips and pitches. Bryson will be next to go, Dottie. Once again, it's a long walk up to Bryson's ball.
They tried to cut the corner and just came up a couple of limbs short.
So 56 the flag, and we'll end at 11, 12 yards short. Yeah. 10 o'clock. Okay.
Mentioned he was runner-up last year at Valhalla. In his 8th PGA Championship start, 2-time US Open champ. He's always one of those that we point to at the start of the week, especially when a course is long like this.
Caught the last limb. Even if he played it back, he still got it up too quickly.
That wasn't very good. I mean, he had a big enough gap there to hit the low hook and at least get it to the front.
Correct.
Even from the pine straw, I agree. Could have done a little bit more.
Yeah, misjudged the trajectory totally here.
Trevor, he never really released the club. Look at his hands were too high.
I mean, that really wasn't even close. It was 10 feet too high.
Yeah.
Actually, with that upslope, I might have gone more of a draw and around the tree, or, you know, under and around, a low running shot rather than straight at it. You never know what the lie was like. It's difficult in the pine straw. I don't mind being that far back, though, for this length shot. He's back where there's a little more cushion in the turf. Can get some more spin on it. All 3 coming up short, Dottie. Okay, let's go over to 13.
A little bit of a test to let left for Aaron. Just watch the head as he takes the putter back. Sometimes it'll move back in the same direction.
See, like all of that right there, I've never seen a great putter do that before a 3-footer.
It's a grind. It's stressful, but he's only 3 back. So Ian was saying before, a lot of good English players now in world golf as we go back to 2.
Yes.
It's Thursday.
How far back, Dottie? Around the 60 yards to the pin?
I'll give you 50.
Okay.
50, 55.
Okay.
Get 5 long. I think this needs to come in a little on the flatter side, 2 hops, and find a nice spot.
Normally really, really good with his wedges from this length.
Makes the shape of his forearms and just moves it nicely.
Yeah, not a lot of club face movement, is there?
No.
Stays square to the line. Once again, not wanting to be long and leaving that really treacherous downhill putt. Some work left for Bryson. over to 9.
And Vegas just to finish it off after nearly pitching it in. So 7 under on day 1 and even through his first 9 today to maintain a 2-shot lead as it was going into the night. Still to come later today, the big 3. 1, 2, 3 in the world. Talking about Scheffler and McIlroy and Schauffele. Vegas is in front by 2 over Spawn and Pavon. Gerard. Homa heads the class of those at 4 under par. We're going to sign off for now here on ESPN Plus. Scott Van Pelt and the crew will have continuing second round coverage coming up at noon on ESPN. Coming up here on Plus after the break, Matt Barry with an update. Plenty more to come from Quail Hollow.
One of the stories we're watching throughout this morning as we get into the afternoon. Shooting low numbers, trying to get themselves back up. Just before the noon hour here on the East Coast, Quail Hollow Golf Club, Charlotte, North Carolina, round 2 of the PGA Championship is well underway. One of the stories we're watching throughout this morning as we get into the afternoon wave, the stars are out. Shooting low numbers, trying to get themselves back up the leaderboard as we go into the weekend. One of those stars goes off in just over 2 hours. Scottie Scheffler yesterday. This for eagle at the par 5 15th. And at that point in his round, Scottie hadn't been doing much, but he was able to get the eagle. But then he gives the 2 shots he got right back at the par 4 16th. A mud ball caused a snap hook into the water. Everybody in that group, McIlroy, Xander, and Scottie, would double bogey the 16th. Back at even par, his second shot. at the par 4 second. That was absolutely perfect. Scheffler able to take advantage, and by his own admission, didn't really have the good stuff, and that's what's frightening for the rest of the field. 1 under headed into tonight. The fact that Scottie didn't have the major championship game and was able to end his round with this approach on 9 to go birdie to finish at 2 under par. That's a bad thing for everyone else that Scottie said he didn't play his best, and here he is in contention of the PGA Championship. With that, welcome into our coverage, Jeff Darlington here alongside Matt Berry. And Jeff, I suppose you're here because a year ago, last year, Friday at the PGA Championship was one of the most surreal scenes we've ever seen in professional golf with the game's best player.
Well, it was a day that you and I certainly won't forget, a day that sports fans likely won't forget anytime soon. World #1 golfer Scottie Scheffler arrested outside the gates of Valhalla Golf Club at the PGA Championship. It was a moment really that will resonate for sure, but what resonates with me is the way that Scottie Scheffler handled chaos with calm. Guys.
Dude, step back. Back up or
I'm
you
back.
I'm back. Step back.
I'm back. I took that video at 6:01 a.m. I was covering my first PGA Championship, and I was just starting my day. World #1 golfer Scottie Scheffler was just starting his day, too.
Keep that hand back there. Sorry. What do we tell you? We're going to tell you one more time. Go back on the sidewalk. One more time.
I'm just pulling to the golf course. I'm playing. We didn't know that at the time, but you could tell pulling into the golf course that something crazy had happened. Just, with the lights going on everywhere. It's raining, it's dark, and it's confusing and chaotic, and people are trying to figure out what's going on, and it's one of those things where when I see a police officer, I'm going to listen to them because they're the keepers of the peace.
It was early, it was dark, and it was rainy. It wasn't even clear until he was out of his car and in handcuffs right here that it was even Scottie Scheffler.
What do we tell you?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. Okay? He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
One thing that I specifically remember was you trying to approach the police officers and say something like, hey, I don't know what's going on, but something ain't right. Like, this is Scottie, he's playing in the golf tournament. And you could just hear the tone in their voice that it went from just normal pulling into the golf course to a situation that was very serious for whatever reason it was.
Scottie Scheffler was detained by police this morning in handcuffs on his way to the golf course.
I did not know that he was a police officer, and that's why I was so scared. And he was hitting my car with his flashlight thing.
There are a few days as mayor that I will never forget, and this is certainly right up there. That morning I woke up to just a ton of text messages. I quickly saw that somebody had tragically died outside of Valhalla. Immediately jumped out of bed and called my chief of police. And as I was talking to her to just start learning what had happened, I was also seeing the other texts about the arrest of Scottie Scheffler as well. And I knew it was going to be a long day.
Sorry, man, I don't know what to do. Just trying to get in.
So I assume you're pretty good if you're playing in the PGA.
I'm all right now.
That was a heck of a way to wake up on Friday morning. My first call was to an attorney I knew and said, meet me at the jail. This has to be a misunderstanding. It just does not make sense. From what I know about Scottie Scheffler, the fact that he is being taken to jail still at this point doesn't compute with me. Everybody kind of went into problem-solving mode and tried to gather facts at that point.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in court.
I get this ESPN notification on my phone, and it was like Scottie Scheffler arrested driving into Valhalla, and I was like, there is no way, someone hacked ESPN.
Taylor Farrell and his brother-in-law are huge golf fans, and they were driving from Indianapolis to Valhalla when they heard the news.
I was like, man, how cool would it be if they put out a mugshot of Scottie and we could put it on a shirt? And maybe 15, 20 minutes go by on our drive and notification that his mugshot was released. And so I start calling every possible print shop I can find. I looked up and there was coincidentally a print shop right next to the hotel that my father-in-law and Cole were staying at. So I called her. I was like, hey, this is probably the weirdest request you're ever gonna get. How quickly can you make 2 t-shirts for me? I know Scottie's a fan of The Office, and so I figured he would get the reference here, and we just kind of went with it.
When is the first time that you see Scottie Scheffler after he's been arrested?
So Scottie gets out, and it's the first time I see him, and we're getting in the car, and my son was driving, and I was in the passenger seat, and Blake, his agent, and Scottie were in the back. Once we realized Scottie was going to play, my son said, "Well, did you get a chance to stretch?" And Scottie started laughing. He said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I did. I stretched in my jail cell." So that kind of got us laughing a little bit. But you can quickly see him turn into competitive mode. I mean, he was, you know, in short time was going to be teeing it up in a major championship.
By the time Scottie got back here to the clubhouse, this place was electric, and social media was taking off too, with two now infamous words, "Free Scottie."
It became a crazy scene, and getting Scottie here, and when he teed off on number 10 for a second round, and the amount of people following him and yelling, "Free Scottie."
Scottie and I are friends, so felt like it was my job to kind of lighten the mood a little bit, so we told some jokes. And I said, well, yesterday first round as a parent, today first round as a criminal, so here we are.
He visibly was pretty nervous, rightfully so. Everyone was cheering for him, and he birdied the first hole, and it's like, wow, this guy is pretty legit.
Scottie, I think, was confident the whole way the truth would come out, and he was, all charges were dismissed, and they were expunged.
So good in the morning that he had around 66, fairly remarkable.
I think when you go back and take a macro review, yeah, I had a crazy day, but you know, there's a lot worse things that could have happened, and you know, I was fortunate to just get out of the situation the way we did, and you know, it is what it is. It happened.
You know, it's crazy to think about, too. Aside from the arrest, if you can put it aside, that was already a pretty crazy time for Scottie Scheffler. His wife, Meredith, had just given birth about a week before. His caddy, Ted Scott, was scheduled to leave on Saturday and ultimately did, to be with his daughter at her graduation. And then Scottie Scheffler dealing with that arrest. You can imagine, after the round that he shot on Friday, the emotional and physical toll that took on his body. I can tell you this, he is ready to put that all behind him, come here, have a normal weekend, and perhaps he will after that 200.
Yeah, hard to believe it's already been a year, but as for Scottie the golfer, as you've gotten to know him over the course of the past year, again, 2 under yesterday, the mud ball controversy that he was talking about, but Scottie's good about putting things behind him, as you've well learned.
He even said, like, he was proud of himself yesterday. After the round, he was talking about it. Like, the mud ball situation, I know people might get tired of hearing about it, but for Xander Schauffele, who I spoke to, and Scheffler as well, on 16, they felt like that is the direct result and the reason that they double bogeyed that hole. One thing that Scheffler said, though, he felt like he was able to rebound, to put it aside, and to come in 2 under and really put himself in great position today.
Absolutely, especially with what we've seen during the morning wave and the afternoon wave, especially with these three, is as good as it gets. Can these players, especially Rory coming up the career Grand Slam, Scottie at 2 under, Xander at 1 over, 1:47 p.m. Eastern, you'll see that coverage on ESPN. Can this grouping get back to being in contention? And Xander, he's been here before. He won this championship last year. He won 2 major championships a year ago. He's as calm and collected as it gets. Rory's been here before. Talking with these guys, how are they approaching what happened yesterday relative to what will happen today?
I can tell you, I talked to Xander right after he got off the course, and he's an even-keeled guy, as you know, and he was really frustrated. He was pretty bummed out about the situation with the mud balls, and I think that he admitted that he was pretty hot afterwards. He said it was a good thing that walk on 17 is long because it allowed him to kind of cool off a little bit. He wasn't, I think, able to put it in the back of his mind the way that Scheffler was, but certainly, as he said, part of his philosophy is accepting adversity. He said, I know I need to accept it. I need to move on. So all 3 of those guys understanding that was not their best stuff, but as we've already seen today, some of these big dogs are starting to put up
the stars are starting to move their way up the leaderboard, and if there's one thing for certain, I know Rory's not going to be happy with hitting just the 4-14 fairways as he did yesterday. They're the best players in the world. We expect fireworks out of them, and if you want to watch the fireworks, you are in luck because the coverage here on ESPN Plus is wrapping up. We will take this thing top of the hour, noon Eastern on ESPN as we continue our live coverage of the PGA Championship.
What up?
Got you, Carp. How are you? All good?
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Thank you. I got you.
Copy.
Indeed, I am.
What? Oh, sorry.
Homa, another birdie. 7 under. What a guy.
On 8, he's got 6 feet for another one.
Really?
Homa, yeah. So Homa's got a putt to go to 8 under for the round with only 9 to play. Only the 9th hole to play.
If he gets off of 8 with that birdie, just make part 9 and get out of there.
Here's what we're doing. We're coming out. Hey, welcome. We're live. Second round is underway. We get right to Max's highlight. And the arrivals will be Scottie Scheffler will start. Then we'll have a shot of Rory.
Gotcha. Yep.
Defending champion Xander behind that. That'll come off of.
Got it. Sorry. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Leave it here, or you want me to turn it off? Are we right at the top, or are we just trying to avoid sweat? No problem. I can also just.
Seconds, everybody.
Greetings from Quail Hollow. PGA Championship second round well underway. This afternoon you'll be watching the world #1, Scottie Scheffler, as he tries to climb the leaderboard and add to his major championship collection. That man's got one of each. several of some. Rory McIlroy has work to do, so too does the reigning champion, Xander Schauffele. That trio will be together again on a steamy afternoon here in Charlotte, North Carolina, on a day when this golf course has yielded some awfully good scores. One in particular we will show you in just a moment. A great look at Quail Hollow, a man who has won here. Looks like he has designs on trying to do it again. Max Homa on the 10th, the par 5. Lovely little chip up the hill. And he rolls that in for birdie. Now on 13. Long distance. On a great line. Bottoms. And Max's Friday is off and running. And this was a moment that was very nearly one to be remembered forever in the history of major championship golf. The par 4, 14th, Homa takes dead aim. It's on a great line, tracking. Not a 1, but an eagle 2. And Max's round was gaining momentum. On the par 5, 15th, these greens are pure and perfect, and so too was that putting stroke. His third on 18, which is playing incredibly tough on Friday. Homa up and in. And the momentum continues. The wind at his back, in his sails. And Homa jars another. Here comes Max Homa on 7. Again, taking advantage of the par 5s. Short game, leaving him little stress. And so Homa, for the day, 7 under par, and he is climbing with a bullet. A couple off the bumper of Jhonattan Vegas. Johnny Vegas, the leader after a 64. He maintains his spot as we begin our coverage of the PGA Championship. With the sun in the sky here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Welcome back to the PGA Championship.
Quail Hollow Club drying out and sorting out this first round leaderboard.
The second major of the year. Events like this appeal to millions because they conjure so many memories of playing the game yourself and watching this championship.
How about this?
With friends, with mothers and fathers, maybe even alone in the gloaming.
Magnificent round.
Paradoxically, for the best in the world, memory itself is the enemy this week.
It's been a tough day for some of the stars in the game.
These golfers don't just compete against each other for the Wanamaker Trophy.
Man, that's not close.
Or even the course.
The green mile just showed its teeth.
So much as they compete against their own memory of what bad can happen.
Not what anyone had scripted.
What bad just happened.
Difficult day, but that's major championship golf.
And what bad lies just around the next corner at Quail Hollow.
ESPN and the PGA of America proudly present the 2025 PGA Championship. Today, it's second round coverage live from Quail Hollow here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Along with Curtis Strange, I'm Scott Van Pelt. We'll introduce all of the announcers who will be bringing the coverage of the holes around the golf course. But Curtis, let's begin with Johnny Vegas, increasing his lead with a birdie on 10. As we mentioned late in the day Thursday, this is a multiple winner on tour. We'll get back to his story in a moment, but he's never been in the top 20 at the conclusion of a major. At the moment, he is leading the way.
Now the second for Bryson. Tough par 4, 12th. Hardest fairway on the golf course to hit. Well done.
This is a young man out of Stanford with enormous strength, and he is flexing his muscles. So too Bryson DeChambeau, looking for birdie to get to 2 under.
I just got this sneaky suspicion he's not going away.
Wouldn't think so. He could lean on the strength off the tee. And he's done that on several occasions today. 5 under today. The Frenchman, Pavone, here.
Laying up at the short par 4, 14, taking his 80 or 90-yard shot, and taking advantage of the smart play off the tee.
That's sensational. That's an interesting risk reward. A lot of folks think if that hole location is on the back, the play is to lay up. We saw Max nearly drain it for 2. All right, Vegas on the tee at 11.
Good solid round to start. Last night was an uneasy round, an uneasy night.
You think so?
Well, how many times has he led a major championship?
Never in his life.
That's my point. And it's an anxiousness. You're happy, you're excited.
Thought he was wonderful when he visited with Jeff Darlington afterwards about sort of recognizing that you can put too much stress on yourself. Try to free yourself up and allow yourself to be the best version of yourself. We certainly saw that with a sparkling 64, and he's not going anywhere. Greetings, as I mentioned, Curtis Strange, Scott Van Pelt with you here in Quail Hollow. And Curtis, in the game on Saturday, we talk about moving day. I always thought that didn't make a ton of sense because you can move any day. We see Max Homa moving today. For the players that are getting ready to go out, taking a look at this leaderboard that isn't star-studded, and I mean no disrespect, it's just that there are players that really haven't been in this position. What would the mentality be that the players that are going to go out this afternoon in these steamy conditions bring with them to the first tee?
Well, the conditions are steamy, but they're ideal. Very, very little wind. The golf course is getting soft. Greens, fairways are firming up a little bit, which is a good thing. Maybe not as much mud today. Greens will still be about the same. They'll hold a little bit. They're going to pick up speed in the afternoon. But I think conditions are perfect for just about everybody, especially those who might not have as much experience as others.
Right. You don't have to wait to Saturday to make a move. And the number of players, including several in that grouping, they don't have time to wait till Saturday. They won't be part of moving day if they don't make a move today. But looking at the leaderboard, we do see that scores are out there in terms of the best rounds on the golf course. Homa's is 7 under par. And we see J.J. Spaun, who started, I believe he was 4 under yesterday through about his first 4 or 5 holes, surrendered a bunch, but he's 5 under on his round and for the championship. Pavone as well in position to make it 6 under on his round and 6 under for the championship after that shot on 14. Now, Thorbjornsen.
Careful with the putt. A little speedy down the hill.
A little speedy. This is fast as you want.
You know, getting to your point about moving day, it never made sense to me either, because remember, the first shot Thursday morning is just as important as the last shot Sunday afternoon. And that's the way the players look at it.
To 4 now in DeChambeau. 181 today on the card.
As I said earlier, perfect conditions, perfect shot. Like playing in a dome out there right now. No wind at all moving around.
To the 9th hole. 5:30. Brand new tee for this championship. Joaquin Niemann. So much talent. Just waiting for it to show itself on a major championship stage. It is inevitable. Perhaps this is the week as he is playing well and is 1 under par in the championship, 4 under on the day. Maybe one of those good vibes days, right? You see Max playing well and you kind of work off one another.
Well, he's really struggled the last year and a half. Got a new teacher in Jhonattan at a congressional in D.C., but he's made some good improvements on his backswing, and it's showing results the last month or so, better finishes.
We were having a walk on Wednesday in a practice round, just talking about that mentality and reminding yourself who you are. You're the same guy that won here. You're the same guy that's double-digit winner around the world, man. Got to lean into that.
But you also want to watch the ball going where you expect it to as well.
Well, it did not off the tee on 9. That will be a chore to stay at 5 under on that very difficult par 4. Now, that's one of the stories of today. One of the stories of Thursday, which is continuing into Friday, is the fact that this very wet golf course is making it a challenge in terms of mud on the golf player. Here's what players had to say about that.
When you hit the fairway, I feel like you should always be rewarded, not be penalized with mud balls. And I understand it's golf, but you almost feel like you have to get lucky all the time to be able to hit good shots.
It's a lot of luck involved. It's kind of sad when you have such an amazing golf course and you know, these mud balls are playing a big part.
You can kind of guess if there's mud on the right side of the ball, it usually goes left. If there's mud on the left side of the ball, it usually goes right. Sometimes it's a bad break, everyone gets them.
It's quite hard to get used to the greens being firm and the fairways being so soft with how much rain we've had. That really shocked me.
I think it was the right decision to play the ball down. It's part of the game, it's part of what we have to deal with as golfers, and you know, it's the luck of the draw.
It's going to get worse. The mud balls are going to get worse, so just have to find a way to start accepting it before it's too late.
It rained about 5 inches from the weekend through Wednesday when it finally stopped. And when players walk off the golf course, we're here to document the tournament and the story. When they are telling us that that's the story from their vantage point, I'm curious in your perspective to help frame it for the folks at home to understand the impact of a mud ball. When it's rained this much and you land in the fairway, as they're saying, to potentially be penalized because of that, how would you help folks at home understand what it is they're describing?
You know, I first want to say it's part of playing the game. Mother Nature took over the first of the week. From a player standpoint, you feel like it's unfair because when you hit the ball in the air, that's when you have control of the ball. When the mud is on it, it's not. So let me show you what it is. That's what you want to see after a good tee shot in the fairway, clean and white. Okay?
I was unaware there were props. Forgive me.
That's what you're unaware. You've been looking at these. So anyway, this is a mud ball, but looks more like a chocolate covered.
I thought it was a bonbon. I was ready to dive in.
That's not what they get.
Okay.
But that's an exaggeration. This is what you saw a little bit yesterday. More of the mud around it. Now, when the players go down and look at this, they say, where is the ball going to shoot from left to right? If it's on the right of the ball, normally it will go left, vice versa. But it's just a finely tuned, balanced, engineered projectile. So you want it to go straight, spin properly, trajectory right. This is a little mud on the ball, just a little bit here, but that will affect the flight of the ball. So what do you do as a player? It affects the balance, the engineered of trajectory in the air.
Becomes like a knuckleball in the air, right?
Exactly, and the knuckleball does what? Goes everywhere. Now, what do the players do when they come down and see the mud on the fairway? What I am looking at, the guys continue to hit it way up in the air, full swing, full release. When you see mud on the ball, you got to get the ball closer to the ground. You don't want it flying all over the sky. You want to get it down. So put it back in your stance, adjust. It's not fair, but it's a game played outdoors. It's not supposed to be fair. Get it down on the ground, shoot it out to the right, and take double bogey out of the equation on holes like 16.
And I believe throughout the morning we've seen, and I'm not sure if we have the video to support what I'm describing, but my understanding of this, that what we've seen is players, as they come up to look at their golf ball, they're very closely inspecting to see, because what clearly happened to Xander on 16 is that it just dive bombs left. Now, if you get up there and you see that clump of mud on the right, which means it'll go left, theoretically, you're telling me take the air out of it and try to play it closer to the ground.
If it's a 6-iron shot, full throttle, you might even take a 4-iron.
Okay.
Just chip it down the hill, keep it out of the sky, get it on the ground as soon as possible.
I can hear the folks at home. They're saying, show us golf shots, and we're going to. And we just want you to understand the impact of mud on the golf ball. No lift clean in place. They could have done it. You said last evening you thought perhaps that was a mistake.
It possibly, looking at it again, major championship, let's play it down.
Understood.
Okay.
Bryson DeChambeau on its way, and it whims around and drops. And that's back-to-back birdies after he had one lip out on one after a mammoth drive, a drop shot at 2, and now back-to-back. And this is a massively popular young man, and he leans into that adulation. All right, let's check in on Max and see the challenge for the second. 210, deep rough. That tree is in the way.
Can he carry the tree to the green?
Yep.
Right at 200 to the front. Wow.
It's a sensational round of golf. 2 putts for a round of 67. That would match the 64 Jhonattan Vega's shot on Thursday. I want to introduce you to the folks you'll be hearing from throughout the day. That looks like an old graphic. Double D's playing golf this week. Curtis Strange is with me. Dave Fleming, of course, is here. Barry calling some holes as well. On the golf course, our guy Andy North, John McGinnis, Billy Kratzer on a steamy walk. Great to have everybody with us as well as you at home. 2:11.
All right, Scott, good to be with you again here on Friday afternoon. I do believe that Billy Kratzer is with the leader, Jhonattan Vegas.
Indeed I am, and that was a nifty little shot, fitting it between the fringe and the flagstick.
To 13.
And the 23-year-old making his PGA Championship debut. Get used to this name, and it should be a fixture for years to come. Bjornsson playing well today. Shot 68 to start, a couple under today. The second at 15 for Aaron Rai, who dropped some shots early in his round, has fought back, is 1 under. Taking dead aim, Curtis.
Perfectly placed tee shot on this par 5, easiest hole.
That'll be a challenge
on the golf course, and that will be a lot of challenge.
All right, to 14.
Speaking of really good rounds, Matthew Pavone has a great round going, and you saw the beautiful wedge shot. He finishes off the birdie, 6 under par overall, and 6 under for his second round, just 2 shots off the lead.
Now at 16, J.J. Spawn also at 5 under. This hole a bit easier than it was yesterday. Just 4 birdies throughout the entire day. Already 8 of them today. And Spawn in a bit of trouble over there by the water. Of course, that's the start of the 3-hole stretch, 16, 17, and 18. That'll be well documented throughout the afternoon tonight.
Now Neiman. Fairway on 9.
He compresses the ball as well as anybody out there. A lot of shaft lean right at impact. Hits bullets.
And superstar talent, just
Yes.
waiting for it to show itself in the majors.
And Tyrrell Hatton, he's had a very colorful afternoon. His second shot on the short par 4-8. That checks to a beauty. We'll see if he can cash that in for birdie as we now go to the 5th.
See the bunkers out there. 3 of them in the middle of the fairway, but they shouldn't be a concern at all for DeChambeau.
No,
and they're not.
It's only 325 to carry the one on the right, so.
I mean, it sounds like you're being sarcastic, but it's just not a problem.
I'm not.
No, it's the truth. Understood. All right, the second now. For Highsmith, who won down on Palm Beach Gardens, made his Masters debut. Here he is in the PGA Championship. Go in, do it. What a shot. Back to 11.
To add to his lead, Johnny Vegas.
Pretty good look here, Dave.
Yeah, good look. Billy, he got off to a kind of a shaky start. Not totally shocking considering the position he was in. He's done a nice job of getting his round going back in the right direction, but that was a missed opportunity. Tap in par. Stays at 8 under.
All right, back at 16. This is Spawn. You see, missed the green left. That whole location today should have provided players a good opportunity to get up and down. Curtis, yesterday this thing was as tough as it gets.
Well, and more importantly, the whole location is away from the water today.
Let's see if Hatton can make birdie at 8 after the great approach. Kind of an up and down morning and early afternoon for him. Great job by Tyrrell. He moves to 2 under. 6 shots off the lead with 1 to play in his second round. Over to 7.
And Colin Morikawa for a very important birdie. He had 3 early birdies, as you see, but then 18 got him, as it has many on Friday, and he was over par until that birdie there. All right, let's see if Homa can grab 1 more. He's putted the ball brilliantly today, and that was on a magnificent line, just not quite enough pace.
Always got to respect the downhill putts here. Green slope from back to front. Keeping it below the hole was priority number one on your second shots, but easier said than done, many of these holes.
All right, to the tee at 12, our leader, J.J. Spawn. And Billy, this fairway can come up and get you if you're not careful because it's so narrow.
Well, it is a tight fairway, especially from this elevated tee.
It's the second hardest fairway to hit yesterday. Johnny Vegas dead center. There's no problem with him hitting it.
He looks good. He looks comfortable.
He battled back. And again, as we said in our morning coverage, he was kind of back and forth, but he's sitting there with a 2-shot lead as we go back to 9.
And the putt here for Neiman. 4 under on his round. Same issue that Max had. Not quite enough pace, respecting where the hole locations are. They concern when it runs away from you past the hole, and they can get away from you if you get it too much. Let's see if Rye can land this softly, Curtis.
Just flop it up like a bunker shot, but you just heard so much grass between the club face and ball, and it just doesn't go.
Well, that was always going to be the challenge in that shot. A 26-year-old looking for his first top 20 in this. Again, I say it's inevitable. The young man wins quite a bit on live, and game is evident. He said, I know it's gonna happen eventually. So I'm pretty calm knowing that. That's great self-affirmation.
Talked earlier about Max struggling in the last year and a half or so. Even earlier this year, he missed 5 cuts from February to April. Has turned the corner, looks like it. And a lot of times it's not so much the physical, it's the belief in yourself that you can do it again.
And he's battled that and been so open about it. You get over that hump and become a multiple winner as he had, and you think, well, that's done forever. But this game, as I've seen through the years, it can sneak up and get you. But what a day for him.
But rounds like this can sneak up and increase the confidence exponentially.
To 16.
And par putt for Spawn, and he's going to miss that one right. So 5 under on the day. He'll bogey the 16th to move to 4 under, back to 15.
And now Rye's 4th, trying to get up and down to save par. Well done. But after that second, would have been hoping for more. Now the second for Bryson. Just a little wedge. Control the spin. It's a little bit more movement in the front of that green. It stops. That'll be a lengthier putt than he was hoping for. All right, here's Michael. Philippines.
Up the hill, not much to it.
Just need to get it to the hole. PGA Championship debut. You've been seeing that a lot. A lot of players muttering to themselves. Wow, he said. Well, what a day we're in the middle of. Very early going with some good scores on the leaderboard. Again, you don't have to wait till Saturday to make a move. ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. We are back here at Quail Hollow on a sunny, sticky Friday after the rains of this week. Weather is our friend. What you are going to enjoy this afternoon as you are riding it out with us, or late morning if you're out the West Coast. 103 tee time featuring Brooks Koepka. Hit just 7 greens on Thursday, and that made it quite a chore. He was battling hard. Ricky Fowler over par in the first round for the 6th consecutive major. So important to have yourself in the mix early so you're not climbing uphill. Shane Lowry. Tour average from scrambling is basically 2 out of 3. Yesterday, only 20%. That's part of the reason that he is also over par. The 125 time. John Rahm, speaking of get off to a good start, I made the point repeatedly yesterday. 75 at Augusta, then he was climbing uphill. Under par in the first round of the PGA for the first time since 2018 yesterday. Patrick Cantlay can really roll the rock, but didn't make a single putt outside of 10 feet yesterday. Looking to get that sorted out today. Matt Fitzpatrick, excellent around the greens on Thursday, as it has been, by his own estimation this year, rubbish. He has not met his high standard, but he played excellent golf. 3 under par Thursday. And then you know the story of this group. 1, 2, 3 in the world. Rory McIlroy, one of the great drivers in the game, hit a grand total of 4 fairways on Thursday. That will get better, you have to believe. Xander Schauffele hit 13 greens. Great iron player, but he was 3 over on the 5 holes when he missed, including that one mud ball on 16. And Scottie had one of those Tiger rounds. What I mean, was he his best? No. He still managed to shoot something under par. I think Woods was better at that than anything. Shoot a 70 when you weren't great. Scottie did that on Thursday. Does he have something special in store for today? Here are the value plays presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Why not take a flyer on Rory? 22-1. This is a guy who's won here 4 times. Ryan Gerard, 50-1. He was 7 under yesterday after an eagle before he dropped a couple coming home. And Denny McCarthy, quietly 1 under par. Don't lose sight of this DMB product. Finished 6th and 8th at Quail Hollow the last 2 years. He's going 220. All right, a big one here for Bryson to see if he can get to 4 under.
Speed not an issue. Back up the hill a little bit. Seen a lot of putts coming up short. I know downhill you protect, but uphill, surprising, coming up a bit short.
To 8.
And Colin Morikawa, his 2nd, went right off the tee, even par. And how about this approach for Colin? He's going to try to get back into red numbers with a couple to play. Over to 15.
Saw the approach from Joe Highsmith. Cool story. Might recognize the name of the caddy. It's Joe Licava, the 4th. Father and son both on bags this week. A lot of game in that young man. And if you watched when he won, he had a lead and he fired and made another birdie. Just win with gusto to 12.
Speaking of leads, Johnny Vegas, our leader.
Yeah, that's inside 130 yards and another good iron shot, Matt. Actually in a pretty good spot.
He is. We've seen throughout the morning that pin placement on 12, if you go above it and left, guys were aiming at that green side bunker to get it down the hill as we go back to 15.
And Pavon, 3rd.
Up the hill, control the spin.
Harder to do when you're uphill occasionally, depending on the lie, I guess, Curtis.
Yeah, but greens still have some moisture in them. Actually look a bit softer than they were yesterday.
That was a lovely shot.
All right, 5 under par, just 3 shots off the lead. 23 years old, Michael Thor Bjornsson, and on a very aggressive line. Short par 4 on the green, on the ground, and getting better every minute. We have not had nearly as many players drive the green today. Far more have elected to lay back because of that back hole location. And he's going to have an eagle putt back to 8.
And Justin Thomas, a birdie putt. So he moves to 3 over. Looks like he's going to need to birdie to the 9th to be here for the weekend. Cut hovering around 2 over par. And for the first time today, we want to check in with Marty Smith. Good afternoon, Marty.
Thank you, Matty. Good afternoon. Max Homa cards the best major championship round of his career. Excellent work. As you leave the course, what is your overarching emotion given everything you've managed to get back to this place?
Oh, not much. It was just fun to finally kind of put it together. I played really well yesterday. Arguably felt better about like my golf swing and stuff, but just didn't make any long putts. And to go low in majors, you need either chip in like I did today or make some long putts or kind of get some good fortune. So it was nice to show up today and get off to a good start after a bad finish yesterday. So no real difference of emotion, just feels nice.
Chip in on 18 was absolutely fabulous. Let's first discuss the drive on 14. Nearly aced it.
Yeah, that was, we've been working on this drive. I it's like an anti-left. The only thing I can't do is toe it, and I towed it just like a fraction, which ended up being perfect because you're trying to hit it just at that bunker, just inside it. So obviously everything just worked out. So I'd like to say it's all skill, but it was a lot of good fortune, and I read it almost perfect.
18's been an absolute monster today for everyone out there on the golf course, and you were able to chip it in. What'd you see there?
Yeah, I hit a great drive and didn't have a long shot in. I've been strictly kind of feeling more comfy cutting my irons, especially if there's trouble left. So I was trying to be somewhat passive on that second shot. I knew if it was just short, it wasn't going to kill me. That pitch down there is not particularly hard. And I hit a pretty good shot, a little right of where I wanted, a little short of where I wanted. But like I said, I kind of left it in the right spot. So I feel like I played that hole wisely and obviously got it paid off in a big way with the chip. But you're just trying to, the 18th hole is hard, even with a good tee shot. So very happy with kind of the strategy and whatnot there.
Excellent job. Great to see you in this form, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Back to 8 now in Morikawa, trying to get to 1 under. Back in the red is Colin after a challenging back 9 with 3 bogeys. That's back-to-back birdies now to 1 under, out of 6.
On the tee at 6, Bryson DeChambeau. This 252-yard par 3.
Right.
Well right.
Smooth it.
That's his version of smoothing it. Nobody's getting the ball close at 6. I mean, it is a long par 3. Hasn't been a shot inside 5 feet all week at 6.
And that the putt for our leader, Vegas. You see how quick it is down that hill with today's hole location. So he'll clean up for par to remain at 8 under, 2 shots clear of Pavon, 3 shots clear of Max Homa. Speaking of Pavon.
For birdie to climb within 1.
Different ways to make birdie. Had to lay up. That for 4, and now he has a little bit work left for his par.
It's more up the hill. It's going to mark. We'll check back on that in just a moment. 17.
J.J. Spawn looking to make a birdie after his bogey at 16. Downhill putt and just misses that one. 17's playing a lot shorter. Doesn't necessarily mean it's playing a lot easier, but it was 227 in round 1, 185 here today on Friday.
Tricky hole location, though. Have to be a little careful. Shoot it out to the right of the hole a bit. Being in the front, you want to make sure you hit a solid contact.
3rd and 10 for Luke Donald. A bogey-free round to start this major championship. He was honest afterwards, said I made a bunch of putts.
9 for 9 scrambling yesterday.
Can he maintain? Pavon now, who played in the final group last year at Pinehurst with Bryson. Finished top 5 there. Has not played his best this year, but is, as you can clearly see, playing to his ceiling today, certainly, as that round of 6 under has him in 2nd place. Johnny Vegas continues to lead. He has added to the total from last night. If you were curious if he'd go away, the answer today is no, sir. Others encroaching on the lead. We'll continue our coverage.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Victory at Valhalla. Bryson DeChambeau, another U.S. Open championship. Champion golfer of the year. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
Bryson DeChambeau missed the green well right at 6.
Come on, go in, go in.
It's been a theme of the first couple days, that's for sure. Holding shots from off the green. We almost had another one. Wow.
I was carrying quite a bit of pace.
It was. You could tell the folks around him thought it had a real chance.
You know, there's some of the opinion that you don't have to have a lot of skill to play at a deep rough. Absolutely you do. Much like the tight fairways around the greens, but out of the rough as well.
Thomas at 3 over knows he needs a bit of magic here if he wants to be around to be part of the storyline this weekend, and he's taken the first 2 steps. He'll have that for birdie, and now Vegas on 13.
A little bit back into the breeze. That's a 5-iron. And another really good looking iron shot.
Wow. Just tremendous tempo. Looked like a little sawed off follow through there.
Love it.
Total control of his game at the moment. And this is a 40-year-old who's won a bunch on tour. To 16.
Aaron Rye in trouble off
no.
the tee, and he goes right dead center of the tree. Oh boy. Reason number 9,438 when I watch on TV and these guys standing there.
Apologize for reacting that way. It squared the tree, and I think it hit somebody standing there.
Wow.
Donald now for birdie on 10. Great line, just again up the hill. We're seeing a lot of putts run out of gas.
Someone check on the tree and make sure it's okay.
All right, at 14, this is an eagle putt. The 7th player of the day to drive the green at the short par 4, Michael Thorbjornsen. The name to know. He's 23 years old.
Green runs away from him here.
That's a pretty nice birdie, isn't it?
Out at Stanford, there's so many great players, but this was a guy that they speak about differently maybe than some. That's a guy right there.
Well, and he won that PGA Tour U card. The guy who won it before him was Ludwig Oberg. So you're talking about the cream of the crop in the college game when he was a senior. And now he's just 2 shots off the lead at a major.
And these youngsters have come out clearly believing that they're capable.
All right, so this moments ago, Aaron Wright, the 16th, off at the tee, and look at this. My goodness. It didn't hit anybody. Someone should, however, check on the tree. There's a mud ball and there's a bark ball. And now the 3rd shot at 16 back in the fairway.
Flagstick 22 back, 7 from the right.
You wonder if that kind of just threw Aaron Wright off. He has his work to do to try to make par after what could have been worse over to 9.
And this for par for Morikawa, whose card has been quite an adventure.
Can't help but go back and look at the 18th hole the first 2 days if you're laying in bed at night. 2 double bogeys.
That hole's going to take a bite out of many, and it's certainly gotten Morikawa even to the first. And Ryan Fox won last week, which is the reason that he got into this field. He's made the most of that which he earned. That birdie putt comes up short. First is playing 20 yards shorter today. All right, gotta have it, Curtis.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit from the right, but not much.
I'm gonna leave it short. And Thomas, who won here in 17, ended a winless drought on the PGA Tour the week after the Masters down at beautiful golf course at Harbor Town.
On a golf course I wouldn't expect him to play well in a lot because it's such a short, tight, small greens. But he did, which shows you a lot that he can play different types of game.
3 over par won't be good enough.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure that's bitterly disappointing for JT, especially here.
He was confident to lose early in the week, but that's the difference between Wednesday and Thursday, Friday.
Par putt for DeChambeau to stay 3 under. That's good par after not a very good tee shot at the par 3 6th. Saves his par. 3 holes to go in his second round.
Fox for par here at 1.
Still a little bit downhill. Okay.
Good start.
Save. Good start. Yep.
We're 56 bogeys or worse in the first round on 1. So 4 there is always more than acceptable. Let's see if Johnny Vegas can get to 9.
Yeah, this is the 3rd good look in a row, Scott. Just saw the chip from Smiley. Should move a little to his right. There you go.
Great read. Great call, Billy.
Hitting solid shots. Putts look like they're the perfect speed. Very much in control right now.
And you watch this guy again, a veteran, a winner on tour. It's just baffling as you see this man play like this. You wonder, how has he not had a top 20 in his career in the majors? It's comfortable out there right now, and he's showing it.
He looks like he's comfortable, believes, and you know there's only one guy that has to believe in himself. That's him.
And the way he's playing, he's certainly justified in that belief, as you see Rory and that group getting ready to get out here this afternoon, back to 16.
And the adventures of Aaron Rai having to chip off the green yesterday. This hole nearly impossible to get up and down, just 39% when they missed the green. That was the worst of any hole, and Rai's going to have to grind for a bogey to 18.
JJ Spawn. This hole has been brutally difficult. JJ found the fairway.
Toughest hole location on the green, I believe, front left. You got to get it up the false front, but then you don't want to go too far beyond with a downhill putt. Solid shot.
To 8.
All right, Jordan Spieth, kind of the similar story to Justin Thomas, hanging right on that 3 over, needs to birdie a couple of holes to feel confident. He only has 2 left. This one of them for birdie at 8. 47 birdies on this hole yesterday, one of the easier ones on the course. How about Jordan Spieth? He'll go to 9 at 2 over right now on the cut number. The story with him coming in, as it always is at the PGA Championship, the career Grand Slam, and now he's got to play 9, and it just moved to 1 over. So now Jordan's going to have to birdie one of the toughest holes coming in. Let's go to 7.
Par 5, DeChambeau on the tee.
Bunkers left, creek on the right. We've seen so many tee shots go left here just to protect.
This is right on 6, left on 7, but it's a 3-shot hole to 2.
Ryan Fox, we've seen more players today than I saw yesterday with 3-wood off the tee at 2. But the idea is not to go in that direction with the 3-wood.
Well, the reason for the 3-wood is you can hit it straight out, maybe a little right of center, and not go through the dog leg.
Okay, Rai for bogey at 16. '16 continues to be costly if you're in contention. Scary shot moment ago, dead center of a tree. Now back to 15 and Thorby Orson.
This guy can move it.
Just inside the tree line on the left would be perfect for his length.
He ends up with just catching that bunker. That second one out there is a 340 to get past that one. Just missed carrying it to 14.
Jhonattan Vegas continues to impress. He birdied this hole, Billy, yesterday. I would think this is a tee shot that fits his eye pretty well.
Well, it does. I mean, he can carry it to the front pretty easily. It's 300 to the front, 341 to the hole, but I think they're just going to let Campbell go ahead and play right here, and no way that he can reach it. So maybe speed up play just a little bit.
Okay.
Billy, I can't help but think with Vegas's position in the field that he's got to lay up here at the short one and protect from the water on the left.
Well, I know what the analytics say, but I've had a small sample of today, and it's been pretty much point on, Curtis.
Yeah.
Our T5G on 14, powered by 5G Solutions from T-Mobile for Business, elevating the viewing experience, leveraging T-Mobile's 5G to deliver a reimagined T-Box using augmented reality and AI to enhance the analytics of the golfers and the 14th hole. Got it? So Campbell went first. Now Vegas, who has never been in this territory before, that Billy, that looks like driver.
It is, and they were just waiting for the group ahead to all get on the putting surface, and now flag stick in, and again just a little bit of a helping breeze. I mean, he has the perfect shot shape. Curtis and Dave. I mean, just a nice, tight little draw.
That's what I think. If that's your ball flight, go for it. The guys who have a hard time drawing the ball,
we're going to see.
Okay, let's see. That one, not his normal ball flight.
Well, that's got to cover the bunker.
Wow.
See, Billy, Dave, that's my point. You're leading the golf tournament, hit your 4 or 5 or 3 iron, whatever out there, have an 80 or 90 yard shot. Might not be what the analytics say on a day-to-day basis, but the analytics don't know that you got a 2-3 shot lead in the PGA Championship.
If that's your shot, hit your shot.
Yeah.
We'll continue that debate in a moment as Pavon at 16. 3 shots clear of Vegas, although he's in trouble at the 14th, all things considered. It's going to be a putt, a lengthy one for Pavon as we move over to 18.
And Spawn, who lost in a playoff to Rory in the Players, was about a half a roll shy on 18 from a putt that would have won him that tournament. But certainly showed how he can play against the very best in the world, a winner on tour. And that birdie putt comes up short. He'll have that to stay at 4 under. Spieth, like his buddy JT before him, going to need to make something happen on 9. A little quick on that tee shot. It's a 17.
Coming off the double bogey. Playing 185 yards shorter today from that forward tee area. Aaron Rai finds the green. It's still one of the hardest holes out here. Back to 11. European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald, his 3rd. Running it up there. I love that note from round 1. The 2 captains 7 under, the other 12 automatic qualifiers for the Ryder Cup teams as of now were 12 over. That's amazing, including that guy, even with his 2 under.
Now Keegan's playing, and he's been playing well. Luke just hasn't played a ton of golf. Amazing round out of him. And he continues to play well, Dave.
Yeah, amazing.
Keegan's still a young man. And when he was picked as captain, the only question was he can still make the team. But I love him as leading the team here later this year.
He's ready for that moment. I promise you. All right, like you see the situation with DeChambeau.
Doesn't matter if we have 120 or 135. 150 to the end. 150 to the end. That's just stay. That's to it. So we're trying to land it 130. That's at most.
Armed with the information. Now we'll try to execute. I wonder if that rolled a little more than they would have wished, but we'll have a number for a wedge and a putt to try to get a birdie.
All right, lengthy birdie putt at 16 for Pavon. 6 under, he's headed towards this 3-hole. Causes scorecard carnage, and Pavon safely up. Not happy with the effort, but it looks like it'll be a par at 16 out of 18.
Here's the par putt for JJ. 3-putt will cost him a shot. 18, the most difficult hole on the golf course. 16 was brutal on Thursday. 18 surrendering a few more birdies yesterday than we're used to seeing, but it is living up to its rep today. McIlroy, Schauffele, Scheffler, less than an hour away from their second round. We'll be following them and all the action here at Quail Hollow when we continue.
Before we recognize this year's winner, I would just like to say, this week we witnessed the power of the game of golf. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Rory McIlroy has won the career Grand Slam. Masters champion, Rory McIlroy. And that will elevate his legacy. But it pales in comparison to the respect he earned in the slog to achieve it. He stood tall. Another one! Accepted the body blows. And after every failure found optimism and hope, picking himself up to try again.
Shot of a lifetime.
And that human scale, the size of his Sunday achievement at Augusta, grows larger and larger. Superman didn't play that round of golf under all that pressure. A regular man did.
McIlroy has his masterpiece.
There's a song lyric that keeps coming to me. Seeing his shoulders relax now under the comforting weight of that new green blazer. We used to play for silver, the song goes, and now we play for life. He's done playing for critics, for the people who keep score to determine a man's worth. The rest of his career now is about playing for something more cosmic, personal, and real.
Wright Thompson, spectacular as always.